and deputy ministers. By the Appointments Committee of Parliament is the Member of Parliament for Hammond, popularly known as KT Hammond, who's been nominated to head the Trades and Industry Ministry. Let's cross over to Parliament and join the feed there as proceedings go on for the vetting of KT Hammond upon his nomination to head the Trades and Industry Ministry.
No other person than the Honorable first Deputy Speaker of Parliament. We called him Joe Wise because from the very early days we knew he was wise. We called him Joe Wise. He's presiding over this. Funny enough, he served me early in the mornings. He will get my water, my everything ready. That's him there. That's him there. I went to Adisaba College. We came back to Legon, and then eventually found myself in the United Kingdom, where I pursued my BL as a professional law degrees. Was called to the Bar of England and Wales by the Honourable Society of Gray's Inn. I practiced at the Bar of England and Wales for about 10 years. Eventually came back to Ghana. Contested as a Member of Parliament when the Generalissimo, General Dambuchi, I won. Before I came, there had been a permutation with my good friend, my brother actually. There are three of us. The big one is the Generalissimo. The twins are myself and Honorable Apretum Safon. There was permutation as to what we did in the event that the result didn't go the way it did. Eventually, yes, we went our way. I won the Asoko seat. MPP won. President Yoko became the president. I was privileged to have been appointed Deputy Minister of Energy. At that time, I was the Deputy Minister of Energy. It was one person. Then 2007 midway, I was moved to the Interior, and then we lost government. Before that, I won again. Actually, that's why I'm the senior prophet. I've been winning, thanks to God, winning. I won the last one. I'm talking too much, Mr. Speaker. What else do you want me to add?
Very well. I think that's sufficient for who you are. That's right. Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
May I add? Yes, I think it's also important. 1997, I was also called to the Bar of Ghana. I mean, a few questions. What is it that made me to be called to the bar? I was granted exemption from the professional, what do you call the post call and whatever, to enter to be called to the Bar of Ghana. I'm told there might not be many people in Ghana who were exempted from the exam, but I was exempted from those particular whatever to practice at the Bar of Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I think the nominee anticipated my question. That was the clarification I wanted from you. So I have nothing more to ask. Thank you.
Very well. Yes. Members. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, the honourable nominee made mention to the fact that he was exempted from the Ghana Bar Association exam. What was the circumstances that qualified you to be exempted from the Bar Association exam? The General Legal Council exam.
Mr. Chairman, would you allow me to blow my top? Your uncle is clever. He's got brains, and the gray hair and all that, so pretty clever. The official I think that was about 1997, and it was suggested that those of us Ghanaians, particularly practicing at a certain level of the judiciary of England and Wales, 12 Square. Incidentally, that is the chambers of Madam Charlotte White, the mother of Kwesi, the recent past Chancellor of the United Kingdom. So we met at this place, and the introductions started. My profile was pretty lengthy. It took me through this and this and this. It's not easy to practice at the Bar of England and Wales at the level that we did. So at the end of the day, it was suggested to me that from what they heard and what they'd read, Mr. Chairman, was a case that I did. I was shown live on the national televisions of United Kingdom, and following in the Times and other newspapers. It was all splashed over there. So, few kudos to me. I think you should be happy about that. You're all sitting there, you're not saying much. You should be clapping. So, yeah, good, thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, the decision was that, the advice was that, why not apply to the legal counsel? First, they wanted to ascertain what I did in Ghana. Obviously, I'd done the academic ones in Ghana. So they thought that coupled with all that I'd done in England, I had to do a conversion. They wouldn't allow us to do the bar with the Ghanaian qualification. Indeed, I was so upset about a subject like equity and trust. When we've gone through everything, all the principles, English principles, they still insisted I did that. So except, I think, contract and tort, all the other legal academic subjects, we had to write. I did that at the Citi University. Coupled with the practice I'd had, I was thought that maybe I should write for exemption. I wrote a letter to the General Legal Counsel, and I received a letter that they had, based on what I'd submitted, the certificates and all that, exempted me from the academic part of the bar in Ghana. So I should come for the call. So I got here, I think 3rd October or so, I was called to the bar 1997.
Yes. So really, it wasn't because you were clever, but because you had covered a lot of the grounds in the UK. By writing all
No, that's not true. Because I was very clever. I mean, you got to be clever to practice at that level.
Yes, honourable members, that's our nominee. Yes, Nee.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. First, Senior Prefect, congratulations.
Thank you, Lee.
Don't forget I was Deputy Trade Minister.
Not just that. When we were in school, I used to listen to his commentary a lot. So when I came here, I wanted to know if it is him. And he said it's him. Neil and excellent. Best commentary I ever had. He and Joe Latte. Excellent.
Well, thank you very much. First, what is your view on the efforts of this government on imports of
my own, which may appear to coincide with that of the government? When we hit the snag, I went around speaking to whoever wanted to hear me out. Why is it that everything that you can think about is being imported in this country, which has such a terrible effect on our currency, our foreign exchange reserves? So it's about time that we took a serious look at this particular issue. Then when my nomination came up, and I had to do a little bit more research, it became apparent that Cabinet actually is taking up the issue. I have been told that in October last year, a committee was put together by Cabinet to specifically deal with this matter. And colleagues, when I looked at some of the issues that had been raised, I actually, this is speaking for myself, I was scandalized. I brought 2 documents. One is that one. It's been decided at that level that we should be looking at about 50 specific areas where it's probably important to look at each. And scandalizing is what appeared at paragraph 4 of the item that they are listed. You know what we import into Ghana? We import guts, we import bladders, and we import stomachs of animals to Ghana to complement, I think, our food, whatever. And that alone totaled, a year that's in the question, about 164,570,000 plus some hundreds of dollars. I thought this is a little bit of a scandal. But it's on the list. A committee is put together, a decision has been made that we should, as a country, seriously consider we have some substitution for some of these items. It's not only this. This is what I found scandalizing. But there are other things on the list. You're looking at rice, you're looking at beverages, you're looking at, I mean, rice alone. I also happen to have found out that we were smuggling rice into the country without disclosing. Because you look at how much is produced locally, you look at how much we consume, and then you do the subtraction, there's a gap of close to about 500, 600 metric tons, which has been consumed but not accounted for through the system. So there is that. And then second-hand vehicles, second-hand clothing, and quite a lot that government feels that to ensure some sanity in the system should be looked at. So I have very clear views in my own mind. What should be done? Obviously, encouraged by what I've read in the government papers.
Your strong view will take me to one area that is of much concern to me, because I'm one of the people who patronize that. The textile industry in Ghana has suffered this unbridled importation of foreign substitutes. Japan, Akosombo, GTP, all these factories are virtually being suffocated out of the market. As a minister, what would be your determined approach towards giving life to these industries and making sure that the undue competition they face from imported substitutes is minimized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a sorry state of affairs, and really not what I am personally determined to do. As I said, I'm encouraged that I'm in the exceptionally good company in the shape of what I've read here. Cabinet is already taking clear decisions in some of these matters. Clear what is to be done. Why all these import substitutions, particularly on the textiles front that you just indicated? One, we keep literally importing everything from China. Some of them not terribly high quality, but we import all the same. So I see that the committee has been tasked to ensure that whatever is immediately available, financially plausible and reasonable, should be done by those responsible. And for those responsible, I think I'm looking at a committee superintended over by a Minister of Trade to ensure that these companies are brought back to life.
Mr. Chairman, are you following up? You are following up? You are following up? Okay. Mr. Chairman, I will plead that the Honourable Nominee let us have the document so that we also peruse it to see what it looks like. But then further to that, one of the creative mechanisms to facilitate trade in Africa and West Africa has been the Africa Trade a common trade area, but of goods and persons in the West African community area is so pronounced. Between Ghana and, let's say, our big brother Nigeria, you can count on 167 checkpoints and barriers. What will you do in the community of your colleagues from the West African ministers' angle to reduce the barriers within our corridor to trade and the movement of persons?
So, Mr. Chairman, if I understand, is it the ECOWAS one or the African Continental Free Trade Agreement?
I'm talking about the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, but then the barriers within the West Africa corridor being, let me say, a hurdle and a stumbling block to achieving the ultimate goals of the Continental Free Trade Area. Yeah,
sure. Well, it's exactly the case. We've had ECOWAS since about, 1974, 74, 75, the various protocols when we were at the university, all these protocols. I guess there are genuine issues. What is not the case that there's no trade at all. I mean, there has been some trading activities going on among the respective countries. But as you rightly indicate, the barriers are quite fundamental. And then it's against that backdrop that the African Free Trade African Continental Free Trade thing also can be viewed in the metrics. It would definitely have to be discussed. Of course, it starts with the presidential level, heads of government level, and then thereafter, ministerial level. Hard decisions would have to be made. I mean, we do recall, for example, recently in our own country, Ghana here, problems that Nigerian traders have had with the system. There have been protocols, some that then some countries don't particularly abide by the protocols. Others, I think, are difficult to put in place. But there are difficulties. I think we would cross the bridge when we come to them. But as I said, it's a notorious fact that
I'm taking one from my leader.
No, he will give it to you when he's. But please, let me not start a precedent which I cannot manage.
Yes.
Yes. Any.
Thank you very much, Honorable Katie Hammond. I'm sure as a member of the House, you are conversant with the annual reports to Parliament of the staff of the Presidential Office. I'm sure you are conversant with the annual report, because all of us parliamentarians are given a copy of the report.
That does not necessarily make you conversant with it. You may have a copy, but you know what I mean.
Well, the assumption is that if you are as intelligent as you claim, you will be conversant.
Mr. Chairman, can you have a discussion with your colleague?
Honorable, that is unparliamentary.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the nominee must realize that he is before a series. When you come before the committee and you're on national television and everybody is viewing, you must take us serious. I'm asking a question. Let me finish asking the question. And if you have an answer, you can give your answer. If you tell the whole country that you've not been paying attention to the papers that have been given to you, it's up to you.
Mr. Chairman,
we are working on your nomination, and you are interjecting
Honorable member, it's me. I'm supposed to regulate the meeting. So if I'm failing, I'll take responsibility. Please proceed with your question. That's it.
The question I have,
I wanted to at a time of our country where people are in real difficulty making ends meet, I'm of the view that the nominee is very affable, and we all know. But when you are about to take, at least as the president wished, a position as a trade minister, you need to put up a posture that is more serious than being friendly to us.
I thought, please, Honorable, please, I think it's my fault. I should not be as possible, and I'm going to apply the rules very strictly.
Yeah.
Yes. Please.
So, Honorable Nominee, the report to Parliament of the presidential staffers for 2021 indicated that there was a total of 337 political appointees. 337 political appointees at the office of the president. 337 political appointees. That is contained in the report that came to Parliament for 2021. I want to find out from you, what work will 300 the president? Do you have any idea what work they are doing?
Honorable, please. Honorable members, we are guided by our standing orders. If it's a report that is before you, their work and things will be in the report. So for things that are already published are not admissible questions. Please ask another question.
Well, you have to show me specifically which provision of our standing orders bar me from asking this question.
Can we ask another question, please?
Chairman, you have to show me that you have to show me a provision in our standing orders that says that I cannot ask him that question.
Honorable members, this is not a new business we're doing. Please don't worry. I expect that he knows. He knows the rules. He knows what guides questions. So I should not be pointing it out to him, just to the public. But please, I've ruled that you should ask another question, please.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that I don't know. And I'm not embarrassed to say I don't know. So because I don't know, I'm saying that point to the specific provisions that says that when there's a nominee before this committee, I cannot ask him about the workings of the office of the president. I expect a specific provision that says so.
I'm appointed to 67(1)(h). A question shall not be asked, the answer to which is readily available in official publications.
Mr. Speaker, I refer to that official publication. The report, you have it, everybody has it, nobody has disputed the fact. You have presidential staffer, about 44 people. You have presidential advisor on the economy, presidential advisor on health, presidential advisor on media, presidential advisor on SDGs. You have several presidential staff. It just says presidential staffer. Then you have mention of senior presidential aide. Then you have presidential aide. Then you have presidential physician that I can tell is a medical doctor. Special aid to Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. Special assistant to Deputy Chief of Staff. Special assistant to the Senior Presidential Advisor. Special assistant to the Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. Special advisor to the Minister for Interior. Special advisor to the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration.
You said that,
Mr. Speaker,
we all have copies of the report.
Yes.
Yes.
So I shouldn't repeat them.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Have copies.
Okay.
Can I ask your question?
Yes. So why will special advisor for ministers of state be sitting at the office of the president?
Honorable, are you aware why they sit at the office of the president?
Mr. Chairman,
please, that what will allow is whether he's aware of that or not.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware. But before I do, Mr. Chairman, let me put a matter in perspective. Mr. Chairman, I'm aware that we're on live television. I'm not sure I'm trivializing this occasion. Number two, the honorable member from Boko has been a good friend all along. We've always known in the House that he is Harvard trained. I've never doubted his competence. If he now says that I claim I am brilliant,
Honorable, please, can you leave that?
His matter. I thought I should put that into proper perspective.
Thank you very much. Please, leave it there. Can you ask another question, please?
He's not aware of what work they are doing. He's not aware of the work they are doing. No, I didn't hear his answer. That's why I'm...
Honorable, can you ask another question? Otherwise, I'll move on.
No, okay. Now, Honorable Katie Hammond, the perception is that the size of government is humongous. It's big. It's so big, given the country's financial situation now. Do you not think that the president should be reducing the number of ministers that he has now? Is that what you do? You not think? If you don't think so, fine, you can say it. But that's my question. Do you think that the size of government is big, and therefore we should be reducing the number of ministerial appointments that we have?
I think the president hears of this.
And do you think, I'm supposed to ask 3 questions. This is my 3rd question. The minority takes a position that the president ought not to have made additional appointments, but that he should have realigned and reassigned existing ministers to occupy ministerial portfolios such as the one that you seek to occupy now. Do you have a view on our position?
To start with, I don't know your position, and I'm not so sure I can have a view on it, because I don't know what your position is. I am called here to be vetted because the president has nominated me for a position as Minister for Trade and Industry. I'm not sure if in the discussions that has just gone on there, you suggest that this portfolio should have been reconfigured or aligned with any other ministry. I'm not so sure that's the point you're making.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, Honorable Hammond. Honorable Hammond, headquarters of second-hand electrical dealers. There have been issues about banning the importation of their wares into the country, and they've been having issues with the Standards Authority, which comes under your ministry, and other agencies. They would want to hear from you how you would want to assist in solving some of these issues at the ministry. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. John, it's an important issue. It's a bread and life issue, but again, it's also a national developmental issue. so much dumping of goods of whatever description in the country. It's a difficult one. Let a collective decision of cabinet be brought to bear on this very sore subject. You see, on the one hand, you want to do away with all these matters, all these products, electrical, well, some of them environmentally are not friendly. But then on the other hand, people need to live, they need to trade. What we decide.
On the issue of AfCFTA, Ghana hosts the headquarters of AfCFTA here, and I'm sure you've been following what the President has been talking about and its importance to our economy. How are you going to assist our business community to take full advantage of the AfCFTA program? Thank you.
Well, it's interesting. It dovetails into what the Honorable Nilante was actually discussing. If we could harness the full potential of ECOWAS and now couple with that the full potential of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, I think it should go to a very considerable extent to help our advancement, our industrialization, our trade, and economic well-being generally. There are quite a few policies that I have seen which have been put in place. Number one, we should go through the proper protocols established. We should first establish areas of trade. We should ensure competition. We must also make sure that our businesses are properly placed to be able to engage in this competition that I've talked about. There have been things about incentives in the shape of tax incentives. Government is also prepared to grant other financial incentives to our nationals, our enterprises, the medium, the small, even the micro ones, the enterprises, to be properly placed. I'm aware that we are the headquarters of the organization, where that we have established the secretariat. I guess we have been placed at a considerable advantage to make sure that we take a proper advantage of this. We should look at which particular types of products we are best placed at producing. We're talking about economies of scale. We should take advantage of this situation to ensure that we develop our economy.
Honorable, you believe in the UP tradition and the policies of the MPP. We are noted for creating giants in business. And the country will want to hear from you how you
what a cabinet is put in place, it gives me comfort that we should be able to cement some of the obstacles that you discussed. I have come to see that the Ministerial of Trade is put together what they call a 10-point industrial development plan to revamp the economy. I used to say that the Ministry of Energy is the heartbeat of every economy, because energy its power. It helps to, it's not that it helps, it's a sine qua non. I've also come to realize that maybe trade and industry is also the fulcrum on which the industrial development of the country really revolves. We talk about development, we heard about Africa, Ghana, beyond aid and all that. That all cannot take place without proper development of our economy, and specifically to the areas you are talking about. The ministry has put together what they call a stimulus package, and that really has to do with the revitalization of the existing companies which have collapsed. When we were young, about all the companies that we had in Ghana, they've all collapsed. The government, through the Ministry of Trade and Industry, seems to be quite clear about what happened. The one flagship issue, I wasn't going to discuss that, but specifically to also look at what they call some strategic industries, and those are the ones they're talking about. Look at proper big giant industries. We're looking at pharmaceuticals. You're looking at the automobile industries. It's quite a few. It's under control. I've seen the document, I've seen the discussion, I've seen some notes. I think
congratulations, sir.
Thank you, Pakuru.
Honorable Zuera.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Honorable Nominee. Good morning, Honorable Nominee.
Hello, good morning.
I would want to take you to your CV, page 1 of your CV. It's paragraph 4. With educational background, and I can see Adansi Asokwa Local Authority LA Primary School, Yeji Local Authority LA 1 Continuation School, but I can't see the duration, which years you entered or left these institutions. Maybe you can furnish the committee with this detail so that the CV can be adequately updated.
You can't quite recall all of this. You know, some in the 60s, some in the 70s. Pretty old stuff. Pretty old stuff. So.
You were born in only 1960. That's not too long ago. My first question, Mr. Nominee, is that this country, Ghana, since independence, all of us, many governments have come and gone, and all of us have sung the same song from the same hymn about industrializing the economy of this country. Every single government have sung this hymn. But this is 2023, and we are still sitting here talking about industrialization. The data as at 2021 indicates that 30% of our GDP goes into imports. Have this flagship program, which was launched amidst a lot of fanfare, one district, one factory. What would you say the one district, one factory policy or program has contributed towards this long-term agenda of industrializing this country in order that we can be self-sufficient and also make savings and run a prudent and fiscally sensitive economy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, as you rightly indicate, well, that's why we are where we are. We were born in the 60s, but we knew, everything was collapsed. But the MPP government, and particularly current administration, is taking considerable strides, making a lot of effort the direction that you indicated. And you draw attention to the 1D, 1F program. It is fantastic. It's good. The policy is to ensure that every single towards industrialization. As I understand it, there are about about 260 of such industries which so far are at various stages of completion. I think over 100 or so are already operational. At advanced stage of completion. You ask, how is that? What is the government intending to do, or how does that feed into the point that you make? Yes, government is making conscious effort through these flagship projects that every district takes advantage of the economies of scale, but with things that it's materials and resources that the particular district is capable of producing and effectively harnessing into the industrial development, of course, into the general national feed. It establishes industries. If it establishes industries, it has this boomerang effect. You talked about the monetary aspects of it. How does it feed into our national budgetary system? Well, if we have the industries and they take care of the import substitution issues that I've just identified, that caters for at least part of the foreign exchange issues that we're talking about. But it's got many ramifications. These industries at the urban and the peri-urban stages would also look after the question of rural-urban migration. We've been complaining, Accra is chock-a-block with people seeking employment, which don't necessarily exist here, but they are now being restrained or constrained to their respective industry, districts and regions because of these projects that I'm talking about. Let's think about the youth. I understand from this project that some youth institutions were actually conglomerated and put in place industries which government has taken a serious interest in and has advanced them with all the facilities government is able to ensure that they are successful. So I've also indicated to you a bit about the stimulus industries, the stimulus package, and then the ability, decision of government to also make sure that the automobile industry it's also developed. To set up assembly plants in the country. The points that previously raised and articulated, the textile industries, and of course the other ones that you haven't mentioned, the Commander Sugar, the starch factories and all those things. That's really all part of the single agenda to make sure that at least, yes, some measure of success would be attained or geared towards achieving what the President has consistently been talking about, Ghana Beyond Aid. Ghana Beyond Aid essentially is making sure that some kind of industrial revolution takes place in Ghana.
Mr. Chairman, I have a
a follow-up on that. Chair, would you leave? Yeah, Mr. Chair, Nominee agrees with the one district, one factory policy. Just a follow-up to the elaborate answer you gave. Should you become aware that investors who are taking advantage of the 1D, 1F to help Ghana industrialize are facing difficulties in the exemption regime, what would be your reaction?
I think you will ask that later. So, kindly go on. This is your regular question. You have all the time. Please.
Yeah,
proceed.
thank you, Chairman. Actually, the Deputy Majority Leader tried to preempt my follow-up question. And I will want to go back to it, but albeit in a different manner. That I can see that clearly you've apprised yourself with happenings within the ministry that government has nominated you to superintend over.
Thank you.
In your answer, you said there are 260 of the 1D, 1F projects ongoing, with about 100 almost completed. I waited to hear in your answer specific examples. Factories that are ongoing, so that we know where they are. Maybe we'll require some of the products that they produce, and then you can lead us there. Thank you.
Thank you from the back. As if nothing at all, I'm hearing from the back that my own backyard, they have the coffee juice, and you're drinking from the coffee factory. That's one classic example. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My second question.
No, that was your third question. No?
Follow up.
No, please. Yes, Honorable.
Good morning, Uncle. Good morning, and congratulations. Just this morning, you've been confronted with two issues that your ministry is going to handle: the trade issues and the industry issues. Do you see that? But how are you going to resolve it? Because you are promoting manufacture of automobiles or assembly of automobiles in the country. Fantastic policy. Yet still, your same ministry presides over bringing a lot of second-hand cars into the country. You preside over AGOA, industrializing garment making and even export of garment. And your same ministry presides over second-hand clothing imports into the country. You preside over trade aspects. You preside over manufacturing of things like TVs and things, which is being promoted, even strategic industry. And everything you preside over under industry that you want to do, you have its counterpart in trade. And obviously the two cannot at times exist. So all the car-making companies that are coming want to extract from government, buy a certain minimum of cars before they come and establish here. So what would you do? I believe in the separation of those two ministries first. And what would you do when these conflicts come? Because in my backyard, Malaysia, we have a lot of second-hand goods. It's become the center, actually, in the country of the movement of second-hand goods. And my lovely colleagues in the constituency as well. How are you going to walk that thin line?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I beg to differ. I don't accept the fundamental core of his argument. Industrialization to start with. But I guess having industrialized and produced all the goods, you don't hope to consume everything locally. That's the basis of industrialization. Trade, you would have to first produce the materials, whatever is it that you want to produce. But we got a very infinitesimal, very minuscule industry market in Ghana. You cannot hope to concentrate all your efforts in Ghana. So having gone through the industrialization wing of it and having produced all these things, you would want to then make sure that these earn you some hard-earned cash. You then have to import those things. That is the trade aspect of it. But I see the flip side of it that he talks about, and I think that's what Patrick discussed. I mean, the second hand, whatever. Yes, there's that concern, but I don't. I haven't industrialized. Listen. If we were industrialized and we were doing some serious job with our cocoa, we won't be struggling. I mean, we'll do all the cocoa, we'll do all the natural resources. It's all agro, we'll take these things out, what we get in the process. So get all of them, develop them, but sell some out there. And of course, make sure that you maintain a good market. There has to be some trading. Trading all over the world, America, Britain, all these other countries, they were developed, they industrialized, they produce the industrialized goods, but they trade. So, Mr. Minister, I'm not sure I accept in its entirety the fundamentals of your argument.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to repeat my question, but Mr. Chair, I want to ask the nominee that where is he going to get funds to promote? I know the problem of Ministry of Trade and generally the problem that is hanging around. To support some of the programs.
Mr. Chairman, Minister of Energy is making this matter look like KTM was a personal wahala. I'm not so sure about that. Well, let's get in there. President, he himself, cabinet, or whatever, finance minister, where the money comes from will be the collective responsibility of everybody. Because there's no money, we can't do much. But I guess we should be able to raise some results from somewhere.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Jerry, you raised your hand, so sorry, I called you directly.
Thank you.
Name.
That's okay. That's how I'm called in Techiman. I'm just called Jerry simply. So. Yes. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Nominee. Yes. No, now I'm a Jerry. Yes, they know Jerry. Of your CV, 5 under employment, you stated that you practiced at Chancery Chambers from 1992 to 2002. The next line, which is B, you stated that you started your work as a member of Parliament for Adanse Asokwa from 2001 to present. C, you also indicated that you became a Deputy Minister for Energy in 2001. Can you help us reconcile these 3 years?
Yeah, sure. It's not that difficult. Okay. When I came in to contest for the election, you know the vagaries of political elections. You win or you lose. You know, so sure. To decide on what was going to happen. England almost immediately. So I came over, then was appointed Deputy Minister. That's 2001. But there's a process you go through in England. Even though I was not physically practicing going to court between the times that I've given you, my name was still on the list of registered practitioners at the Bar of England and Wales. Now you had to make conscious effort, take a conscious decision on what to be done. So it was at that stage that I notified the General Counsel of the Bar, the Legal Counsel of the Bar, that I was suspending my practice. Before 2000 and the time that I had indicated, even though I wasn't physically in court, I wasn't attending court, I was here, my name was still 2002 that I was suspending practice in England.
Yes.
So please, does it mean that whilst working as a deputy minister for Ghana, you were actually okay?
As I speak to you, I am a qualified barrister, having been called to the Bar of England. Now I'm dealing with it, but I remain a member of the Honourable Society of Grayson for the rest of my life. And to the extent that I've not been disbarred from a practice at the Bar of England and Wales, I could activate my practice anytime. I've indicated that between that time, even though I wasn't practicing practically, my name was still there as a practicing barrister. There are a lot of procedures and rules that are in place in England about practitioners, how you go about it. You've got to be very clear that you don't fall foul of the rules. You'll be in trouble. You'll be disbarred. So they don't take these things lightly at all. So having realized that I was up to certain other things, I formally indicated to them that this is the position. I was not literally practicing.
That matter is, but as lawyers,
thank you very
we know
much.
That we understand.
I see that. I see that you were helping. Yeah, tell her. Yeah, it's all under control. Yeah.
Hold on.
We was telling. Yeah, that's how it works. So thank you.
So my next question.
Hold on. Your leader wants to do a follow-up on your question.
Honorable Katie Hammond, are you a lawyer in good standing in the United Kingdom?
Yes,
because yes,
if
you get called to the bar there,
I suspended practice.
So you are not in good standing.
It couldn't be.
Okay. No, you could actually, if you renew it annually. You could.
No. Well, if you want me to take you through, our rules are completely different. Completely different. You have to every month, every whatever, be practicing, doing. Or if you are incapacitated from doing that, your best bet is suspend your practice, else you find yourself in choppy waters.
Okay. Honorable nominee, Section 27, Section 27 of Ghana Investment Promotion Center Act, Act 865, 2013. It says, Chair, with your kind permission, I read a small section to you. A person who is not a citizen or an enterprise which is not wholly owned by citizens shall not invest or participate in a market, petty trading or hawking or selling of goods in a store at a place. Simply put, foreigners cannot do petty trading in our markets. But if you go to Makola right now, you see a lot of foreigners doing petty trading, disturbing our citizens. What will you do about this if you are given the nod?
Ms. Yaman, it's not a new phenomenon. It's rather disturbing. We heard about Guta and the Kumasi. We heard about all our people, the noise, radio. Every day we've been hearing this. Again, before this was conferred on me, I myself had been asking, what on earth is going on? Yes, there are protocols. You're supposed to do whatever you're supposed to do. Don't do ABC. What it's all is. It's a difficulty. Again, reading the kind of things I've been reading, I realize that cabinet, they are here. They've really in high-level meetings, contacts with the Nigerian, particularly the Nigerian, our brothers from Nigeria. I hear China is also becoming mixed up in this. It's a little disturbing. if you travel out to other countries, you see that you have a visa to do ABCD, and that's what you do. You know, in our free trade area, you come in here and there are protocols what to do. This is what you're supposed to do. This is reserved to in the indigenous. We are struggling. There's a committee in place. They've been discussing it. The embassies. Let's see what happens. We'll go in there and we'll try and do our best and get some sanity to prevail in this area. Thank you.
On page 1 of your CV, you indicate that you're married with children. Could you please let us know how many children you have?
How many wives and how many children?
Well, Honorable, if you wish to answer that, please proceed, but it's so personal. Yes, please.
Well, Honorable Obi Amwa wants me to add how many wives and children, since you're a Muslim. We'll let that pass. But in some of your previous responses, you spoke about trading and industry, and small medium enterprises form a large part of those who are engaged in industrialization in this country. With your support, we can focus on trading within the region with locally manufactured goods, which I believe are key to our economic recovery. What would you do to support them to grow their businesses, if confirmed, the small and medium enterprises in this country?
Mr. Chairman, I think I indicated the Ministry in respect of the matters that you raise. To revitalize these companies, the small, medium, what the policy seems to be is this. They are in the doldrums. They should be brought back to life. What do we do? Economic, it's not only economic, which is physical, but they also have technical and other forms of assistance. Economically, it's on paper. It's been discussed. I think it's also been practicalized. The banks should, as much as possible, help to finance these companies. The government has actually also decided that government would bear some of the interest that these individual companies and institutions will be paying to the banks when they advance with some money. They decided a certain percentage should be borne by the government. They have been bits about talking about waivers. We may have to come back to the House. I have come to see that a few things have clogged up in Parliament. We haven't gotten around to resolving them to make sure that the government, the ministry, is able to proceed seamlessly in this contest. What would the ministry do? As I said, effectively, there are policy issues which are already clearly been set up. It is the articulation. I just hope that within the the years that is left of the government, we will be able to contribute our widow's mite in terms of the implementation, because the roadmap seems to be fairly settled what is to be done for these companies. And when I talk about the companies and the stimulus package, it's not just that particular aspect of it. It's a series of them, about 10 of them, and they all geared towards making sure that it is medium and what do you call it? Medium, small scale, micros. It's also the 10.
Mr. Chairman, there are a few lessons that we learned from COVID that we seem to have forgotten. And during the pandemic, when there was a total lockdown, we rediscovered the usefulness of local products, from health to our feeding to our clothing and all of that. And we seem to have forgotten those lessons. I believe that if you promote the consumption of locally produced goods, it would help those who are manufacturing those products to grow their markets, not just for our own use, but for export as well. And so focusing on export promotion is also a way to help them to grow their market share. So yes, we've heard about your 10-point agenda in the ministry, and I'd be interested to know would put in place to promote the consumption of our local goods. An example that readily comes to mind is the President's use of our locally manufactured fabrics for his clothing now, and the Friday Wear initiative, which has helped generate a lot more interest in our own. This, for your information, is a local fabric.
Can you continue with your question, please? Please.
For your
Can you continue your question? Or
so, if you take specific measures to improve the consumption of locally manufactured products, it would help stimulate the industry. So I'd be interested to know what specific measures you will put in place if approved. And I have no doubt that, being our senior prefect, the House will look favorably on your nomination to approve it for you to start working. What specific measures? I will listen and I will respond. Yes. So please.
Honorable Eslo, so please proceed with your question.
Speaker, I'd be grateful. It's more than you can do.
Yes,
so
please.
Don't get me started.
Can you continue with your question?
Mr. Nominee, kindly let us know what steps you would take to stimulate local consumption of locally produced goods, to assist small and medium enterprises to grow their market share, not just for local consumption, but for export. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think I start from the point. The fact that being the senior prefect, my approval is going to be a matter of course. I'm not entirely comfortable considering some letters I'm reading in the papers and whatever. I'm not so sure, but I don't quite share your confidence. But then again, you are in charge, you know. So there's something on the internet which I read last night and this morning. I think Mr. Speaker is aware, and maybe Ato must also be aware.
Are you answering the question?
But no, we deal with the question.
Please deal with the question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, sure. Because she mentioned that as well. That's why. But the question really feeds into the point that I just made about the import substitution. That's the whole business. I mean, fact about import, the importation of every everything that you can conceivably think about is brought in the country, has stymied what the Honourable Member of Parliament is talking about. Concentration on our locally produced stuff, Mr. Chairman, is waned because we're getting everything from outside by way of importation. So effectively, the answer is in the import submission, and I've said that I've looked at a document in which cabinets already indicated about 50 areas of concentration. I mean, that the ministry should make sure, together with the ministry, other ministries, finance particularly, to make sure that there is concentration on those areas to facilitate development of the area for those involved. We're talking about rice. It's disturbing. You look at the quantity of rice that is imported into the country. I mean, when clearly there is installed capacity in the country, not adequate, I accept, I mean, to be able to do the import substitution. Poultry, cashew, all the... Look, I also read that apparently we also produce... we produce. So it's already thank you, Mr.
You're done. Yes. No, I've given too many women now. Okay. I will give them back, but for now I'm giving to, yes.
Honorable Katie, congratulations.
Thank you.
Looking at your CV, page 2, you were Deputy Minister of Energy 2001-2007, and then subsequently you became Deputy Minister for the Interior 2007-2009. Now, my simple question, why did it take you so
Is that your question truly, or is it just a remark? Very well.
The address for the presidency is at Jubilee House. It's opposite Christ the King Church. Is that it? Yeah, the address. The entrance on the other side. When you get there and you seek audience with the president, the president knows you very well. I'm happy. I'm sure he'll be happy to entertain the question, and then maybe over a cup of tea you can discuss those matters.
Well, let's get to real business. The Honorable Neil Lante-Van-der-Poy asked you a question, and you attempted some response. And his question had to do with the existence of so many barriers, trade barriers, within the sub-region. He actually spoke about 160-something, I don't quite remember the number, but those barriers exist. Now, you would recall that it was in an attempt to eliminate those trade barriers that the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, adopted the but notwithstanding the existence of those protocols, not much has been achieved by way of eliminating the trade barriers that exist between us and our neighbors. Then fast forward, we have the CFTA, the Continental Free Trade Area, which is headquartered continental market for goods and services, the expansion of intra-African trade, etc. People are very excited. I get worried. We've traveled that path before. Nothing was achieved. Now we have the CF, Continental Free Trade, whatever. And you spoke about it.
Continental Free Trade Agreement.
You spoke about it.
Yeah.
My question to you is, how different is the African Continental Free Trade Area from what we had under the ECOWAS protocols, which would make it succeed?
Whatever, I see that my colleague is desperate. No, don't worry. We'll be all right. You're right. I guess of what you attempted to throw. In 74, 75, when the ECOWAS then came into being. I think quite a bit has been achieved. I mean, far cry from those days when we went to Nigeria and were beaten and sent back, packed into articulated trucks and brought back and those things. I think things have considerably improved. But also not to take away the point that Neil and Tim made, and of course you make about the barriers. But of course, the ECOWAS was confined to our 15 West African countries. I think the decision now, as pretended over by the AU, is really this. Why do we have all this regional segmentation when we have a whole global continent? Why don't we see what we can do? So, yes, there are hurdles within the West African sub-region, but let's see what happens. It's only a few days old, literally. The scheme of things, only a few days. It's going through its teething problems naturally, but the hope is that we would resolve. I mean, our economies in West Africa, not particularly big ones. Now we're expanding to the whole of Africa. Not that we encounter difficulties, but let's see how we progress from there.
Let me take you back to your CV. At page 3, you state under paragraph 9, conferences and capacity building programs, that you attended a conference of the non-aligned movement as leader of delegation. Ghana is a member of the Citi. In recent times, statements have been made by our president at the level of the UN General Assembly, and even when he had engagements with the United States Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, relative to the security situation in our sub-region and at the level of global security, where Ukraine and Russia are at war. Our president made certain statements. Now, in the at the UN General for invading Ukraine. Then also when he engaged with the UN Secretary of the US Secretary of State, he made comments that sparked a diplomatic row between Ghana and Burkina Faso. But the highlights of that particular statement, which is relevant to my question, is that he raised concerns about Wagner, which is a non-state actor from Russia. The question is, is our membership of non-aligned movement still relevant in the light of those statements that our state officials have made in recent times?
Good question.
He's not foreign minister, but he led the delegation.
Out of cabinet also.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The honourable member has been a very good friend for a very long time. I thought he's always been looking after my back. The president has appointed me. I'm sitting here. I have not even been confirmed. I have not been taken to my office. You asked me to discuss the president's conscience. So if the letter comes in here, it's withdrawn my appointment. What do I do?
Well, kindly, what the question is, what do you think of the Ghana's position on the non-allow movement? Discard all the part relating to the president.
Yes, I mean, Ghana has always been, I think, a good and a formidable member of non-aligned. I think non-aligned was started with the Nkrumahs, with the Titos, and all those things. So Ghana has been a part of it. We have the politics of it, which wouldn't always be aligned among the countries, but that's a different thing altogether. But they get on well. They have a common front. But, you know, countries were quite clear on their own national interests. They were very specific. They made points that concentrated not so much about the movement, but the interests of specific countries. But Ghana would always continue to be non-aligned. Look, in these days of all these superpower issues, you don't want to risk being aligned to this or not being aligned to African countries and the third world countries. Essentially taking the decision to be not aligned, Ghana would remain not aligned.
Meltdown, and that has led us to go in for an IMF program. The experts have spoken about to turn the tide and resolve the economic malaise, etc., etc. And some of those, the solutions proffered include the downsizing of government. General question: do you accept the fact that there is need for government size to be reduced?
You see, it's a difficult question. Let's go back to President Kufuor's time. And there was a point that President Kufuor made a point that he thought a particular number of ministers and ministries, a certain number was good for the administration of the country, depending on the circumstances at the time. Another time, he recalibrated that statement. In the time of President Mahama, President Mills, President Mahama, same issues. I mean, a classic example. During my days as the Deputy Minister of Energy, we had one ministry called Ministry of Energy. At the time that President Mahama, President Mills came, it was divided. You then have Ministry of listen, just help me on this. I mean, I'm only going to government if House approves me. I'm going to the government for the first time. But sitting outside, I've been just wondering myself. All right, you take out my brother, the general here. You collapse the Ministry of Local Government. It's just he, the minister, local government, who will be going out. The staff would all be there. It will be there. The staff will be there. You can't sack them. They are public servants. You would have just eliminated the head, destroyed the ministry. It's a dicey issue. I mean, I see the sentiment that go with it, and we bloat it down. The letter that I referred the chairman to seems to have some reference to that. It doesn't seem to me to be entirely straightforward. But then, them are the breaks.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Congratulations on your nominations, Honorable Member. Indeed, Ghana but the headquarters itself is housed here. And again, Ghana is signed onto the ECOWAS protocols of free movement of goods and persons. My question is intertwined. As a regional minister, the Regional Coordinating Council, and I say continuously, is faced with the challenge of Ghanaians and the entire citizenry doing business in this country compared to others who have come here to take over their local business. It's a major problem as we speak. Almost every year it comes up. Traders will go and lock shops and all that. I really want to know what your ministry will do about it if you are given the nod.
Forgive me. Yes, but as I say, I've seen that it's under consideration within cabinet already, and the papers and the discussions I've had suggest that there have been so many high-level meetings, some of which were attended, I suspect, by your honorable self. Well, if you were not included, there have been high-level discussions with the high commissions and the embassies of the countries that are involved. I mean, particularly, I think the notorious fact essentially is it's not really a banter. Is the argument has been going forth and back and forth between Ghanaian traders and the Nigerian traders. Have been a level of discussion at a very high level among the government to ensure that the protocols are observed. I can understand. You come in here because of the protocols, which enable you to come to another country to participate in a certain sector of the economy, and you try to take up the commanding heights of the country, of the host. It's a difficulty, but it's also dicey. It's not straightforward, brothers and sisters. That is the essence of this whole relationship that we're trying to establish among ourselves. You don't want to be extraordinarily hard on the citizens from other countries, but of course you also want to ensure that the laws are observed. Let's see what we can do.
Mr. Speaker, my second question may be a bit related to Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I've just been Googling, and the definition that it gives is that a Bureau of Consumer Protection stops unfair, deceptive, and fraudulent business practices by collecting reports from consumers and conducting investigations. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on and on. You sit by somebody, you call, and then it says the person you are calling is out of service area. So many of them that I can give examples. You travel to other jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker, when you ring somebody, it rings. If the person has turned his phone off, he's turned it off. And this part of the world, in Ghana specifically, I know it's Ursula, but I'm developing a point. In other areas that falls under your jurisdiction, it's still about trade. It's intertwined. Mr. Minister, what is it that you can do to protect our local businesses in this country when you are giving the law nod, so that customers, consumers are able to be given the services that they so require? Quality of service is what we are lacking.
On the specific one about calling somebody that tells you that the phone, we've all been pretty upset about it. But I'm happy the honorable member sits right on your left-hand side. So I'm sure, even though she's a little bit excited at the moment. That's right. Okay. Also, she would take it up. A fundamental issue that some of us we don't understand. You go, yes, it goes through. I mean, you call somebody. The number I've called does not exist. I mean, this is why I just spoken to you in 2 seconds. So it's an issue that we would be talking about. But on consumer protection as a whole, Mr. Chairman, it's a matter that troubles some of us seriously. You go to a shop in this country, a supermarket, whatever, you buy whatever, it has a difficulty. I mean, you can't take it back. They tell you, no, you bought it, that's yours. It doesn't matter what defects you find eventually in the product that you bought. It's a difficulty. But I'm happy to, Mr. Chairman, announce the government isn't doing badly at all. Again, going through the little documentation that I have, I actually see that in the next few days, weeks, months, whatever, there is going to be placed before this August House a bill to enact into law by some established institutions which are effectively in charge of consumer interest and well-being. Well, I don't have it here. I mean, the other day, I think the acting minister for this ministry made a statement on the floor of the House. And he quoted a funny case, a judgment in the 70s by, I think, the High Court, when there had been an issue, a guy is gone to court, and it was the Donald G. Stevenson, the lawyers, Donald G. Stevenson kind of situation, and the court is saying, now we can prove it, that your problems, your ill health and those things, well, because of whatever, it was quite disturbing reading it, because really, there's no law. There we go. So,
very well.
There is that
document.
Have
your third one, and then we can proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on the issue of our local products, and let me be very, very practical, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today you hear that China is now producing gari and exporting, whereas we have a lot of cassava in this country that we don't know what we are doing with. Well, I'm sorry, but well, if we know, then we should be producing more gari and exporting. Today, Mr. Speaker, there is chocolate that you go outside and you buy and you bring chocolates. Our cocoa producers are complaining. Mr. Speaker, I just don't want to go into it, but the long and short is that what can you do when you are giving the nod to ensure that the local products, you help them to export by working with the Free Zones Board, so that we can encourage them to produce and sell. Because as it were, they produce tomatoes, they produce cassava and all those things, and after 6 months or so, they go rotting. It's a cycle. Something has to be done about it. What can you do about it?
Something has to be done indeed, and almost immediately. Again, it goes to the matters that we've already touched on. Agreement has now been put into place, and of course it goes back into the 1F thing that we talked about. The government is ensuring that not just simply physical policies are effectively put in place to help them, but the ambience, the technical conditions of the various institution companies, trade businesses you're talking about, the support system, the infrastructure system that they require would be put discussed, the rebated interest that have been discussed, and the encouragement to the local banks, Mr. Chairman, to help these companies. But I haven't done all of that and haven't produced it. Of course, the issue then is that what do we do? Mr. Chairman, that is why we also have the AGOA and all those agreements. There's now the partnership agreement with the United Kingdom, of course, with the European Community. You know, a lot have been put in place. What I think it's a killing of the industry. It's partly, if nothing at all, it's this issue about importation of every conceivable item into the country. Let's go in the document that I've seen and the committee that I see the cabinet has already put in place. Let's see what we will be able to do within the framework of what I've discussed.
Chairman, for the opportunity. Mr. Chairman, with your leave, I will, if you do not admit it as one of my questions, want some, tidying up of the CV that has been presented. There are no indications as to when he went to which school and when he left. He has answered that. Okay, but there's also no indication as to whether he did national service or not.
Honorable, if you
has it answered that,
if
also.
you want to ask that as a question,
it's
please.
part of the CV, and I'm just
no, we didn't do the
see.
CV separately. So if you want to ask as a question, please proceed.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, there was a question also about how many children he has. In the era of nepotism and all of that, Mr. Chairman, I do not understand why it was ruled out, but it wasn't my question, and so the person didn't insist on it being answered.
Kindly ask your question.
To my first question, Mr. Chairman, can you be tolerant with me a little?
No, I'm not tolerant anymore because you all get offended when I was way too tolerant. Members get offended, so please, let's be formal.
Yes, we are being formal, Mr. Chairman. The issue of how many children a person has when he's occupying a public office is important, especially in investigating nepotism. But it's not my question. So my first. Did you do national service, Honorable Nominee?
Yes, Honorable Katie.
Clear that this matter came up, and I think I was granted exemption also at the time before I became the Deputy Minister in 2001. So I thought this matter has long been cleared.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, the nominee did not provide for us the letter exempting him from the post-call course and exams by the General Legal Counsel. I will wish that he does that as I move on to my next question.
If he was not exempted, he would not be called to the bar in Ghana. That I know for a fact. So let's proceed. It's not an issue.
And my second question relates to qualification, Mr. Chairman. The Constitution
under Article 2. Is indeed has been found by the report of a commission of or a committee of inquiry to be incompetent to hold public office, or is a person in respect of whom a commission or committee of inquiry has found that he acquired assets unlawfully, or defrauded the state, or misused or abused his office, or willfully acted in a manner prejudicial to the interest of the state, and the findings have not been set aside on appeal or judicial review. Mr. Chairman, based on this provision in the Constitution, I wish to get the nominee's response on a matter involving the sale of a drillship in 2001 when he was Deputy Minister of Energy, a matter that came before the Judgment Commission, the Judgment Debt Commission, and the probe on that sale and also secured finance from a third party for the purchase of the ship from the government. The Commission also noted that he had not disclosed his financial interest in the transaction and had taken advantage of his position to gain benefits for himself and his associates. Indeed, the Commission concluded that Honorable K.T. Hammond had breached his fiduciary duties by facilitating the transaction without ensuring that the government received fair value for the drill ship. Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from the Honorable Nominee if this finding has been set aside.
Talking about, let him.
Commission.
I did, but
did the Commission make any such finding to your knowledge?
Absolute balderdash. No, Mr. Chairman.
What did you say?
Mr. Chairman, no.
No, you use a word
Mr. Chairman,
that is totally unparliamentary.
Mr. Chairman,
please withdraw that.
Because I take the view
Please withdraw that.
Mr. Chairman, with respect to you, yes, I take it out and then say that there is no such findings about me.
Okay.
But that's the point that Mr. Chairman I'm making, that if he's reading something from his own...
Don't worry about that, please.
Chairman,
yes.
Mr. Chairman, part of the work we are doing here is to examine the nominee's temperament, is to examine that he answers questions with the right temperament. Regardless, we are colleagues. And obviously, if your colleague asks you a question, you have a duty to answer those questions. You may be provoked, but please, the use of those words is unparliamentary and it shouldn't be repeated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. That word is withdrawn. But Mr. Chairman, I think you would also be conscious of the fact that colleagues we are, but orchestrated calibration of stuff like that.
I asked you a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Your answer was to me.
Thank you.
If I felt offended,
thank you.
I asked you to withdraw it. You have withdrawn.
It wasn't direct.
Yes, Honorable, kindly continue.
Mr. Chairman, since he has demanded that I provide the source that I used to we are still on that question. And so I can make a presentation on the government white paper that was presented and get his response.
I asked him, he says he is not aware of any such finding on him. So if there's any such finding on him,
the judgment debt commission report and the government white paper on it. I wish to submit it. Thank you. It's in soft copy now. I will submit it immediately. We are done. Mr. Chairman, it is allowed. Hard copy don't have. Mr. Chairman, it is allowed. It is allowed. Mr. Chairman, besides
Honorable, it's okay. All right. Honorable members, can I have some order, please? Well, I'll take it that you will bring a copy to me so that I'll share it to the members. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I mean, the judgment that commission report and the government white paper are public documents, and so I will just submit them accordingly. I will move on to the next issue, question number 2.
No, Mr. Chairman.
I want to. Sorry. May I find out from the honorable nominee if he has a breaking point? I mean, at what point, for example, will you to your appointing authority?
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Chairman, I don't quite comprehend the question.
Is there anything that will get you to resign if this question, if you're not approved?
To answer, okay. Yes, you're talking about a situation when this House approves me and I go to the ministry. Is that what it's talking about? Is that it, Honorable? Yeah, sure. Well, obviously, if the chief executive, who will be the president, and I have fundamental disagreement.
Yes, the next question.
Mr. Chairman, I will leave it here because I do not have many followers. But just to put on record that Honorable K.T. Hammond actually took a case against the government of Ghana on this report that he claims he has no knowledge of, using Egbert Fable as his lawyer. And he's under oath. Thank you.
You're done. Okay. That statement should be, just not captured as part of the record. When you bring that information, you can speak to it. Now he's saying that he has never heard what you are reading.
Yeah.
So
he's never heard about it. Yes. That's what he's saying. So I'm just reminding, please, that
let's leave it here. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, please, with all respect to you, deference to you, on this matter, please let me make a point. Mr. Chairman, for about 20 years now, this particular subject, I would explain something. This matter has been making all this. I have never said that I do not know about the Drillship. That's not the point I've made. I've never said that I have not appeared before an appellate committee. I have not said that. What I've said today is that I do not know what he is talking about. Out there, and it is no other report that is talking. Hand it over to you.
The clerk will take it.
Actually, let's put it in perspective. I heard somebody say it over there. The Apple report was not published in its entirety. What happened was that after the report, as is done in this matter, is sent to the...
Can we have some order, please?
Order. It is sent to the person who instituted it, and then government puts up the white paper. This is the white paper, its findings and conclusions.
Yes, you said you wanted to ask a question? Yes, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me first of all, congratulate my uncle, Honorable K.T. Hammond. Who was appointed the Minister for Trade and Industry. Subsequently, the Honorable Alan Kojotra Martin took over from him. Now, both of them ended up running as flag bearer aspirants of the party. Do you have any such ambition too?
Mr. Chairman, can we move on?
Yes, ask another.
Mr. Chairman, now that Moaku has cooled down, I think I can go to my substantive question. There's been some issue regarding prices of food and more or less commodities in the country, and then partly attributable to price of petroleum products and lorry fare and so on and so forth. So some interministerial committee was put together, and the general sitting to your right is a member of that committee, and our colleague Honorable Dambochi, he was there. The Minister for Trade was also at the meeting, the Minister for Food and Agriculture. Now it turns out when we met the market women, we wanted to know the price buildup, for instance, what goes into the price of maize. Then we made live calls at the meeting. 300 Ghana cedis, for instance, for a bag of maize, when I made a call from my constituency. The price per bag, lorry fare per bag, was about 30 Ghana cedis. Now, if you add the district assembly charges, loading boys and so on and so forth, that probably will come up to also about 50 Ghana cedis from the analysis that we did, the desktop analysis. But you bring the product down to Accra, and it is sold for 650, between 650 and 800 Ghana cedis. Per bag. Now, there was no justification for how much they were charging, and they themselves, realized that. What would you do as Minister for Trade and Industry, for us to be able to get some of these things to go down, especially when the prices of petroleum products go down, and then the lorry fare, Ministry of Transport engage the transport operators, and then the lorry fares go down. We have to find some cascading down of the prices. What would you do if you were given the nod by this committee?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, yes. It's a difficulty compounded by what has become the local mantra. The dollar is a city. Water is the dollar, everything. It's pretty disturbing. Mr. Chairman, just about 3-4 so days ago, there was some discussion with the cement and these other manufacturers association, and this whole matter, not so much about maize and transportation alone. Basically, prices of many of these products and items. And the question really is, what goes into the price metrics? And it's a difficulty. It's really a difficulty. The General is sitting here. We've had a serious argument. Listen, General, can we not go back to command economy? I mean, put prices, command, and we have how they want to price their commodities, but price it within free government is grappling with this by the scruff of the neck. Mr. Chairman, to decide on how they price the item. It's not good. I went out there to buy some plantain the other day myself, and in the end there was a little argument with the lady. Poor lady, I ended up giving them some money. Some plantain, 2 sticks, fingers of plantain, she said was 20 or whatever. In the end, she said to me, sir, I mean, in all of this, what I get is this. And that it is the market, what the drivers, the whatever. Listen, take all the money.
Do you think that the consumer protection bill you're placing can in any way influence pricing of goods and services also locally?
That probably will be going back to the command. I'm not sure the purpose of the Consumer Protection Act is simply, well, not simply, is partly to control prices as they are. It wouldn't be the focus of that bill. It is the protection, the extent that you are being served properly, not in terms of how much the price is, but whether what you are buying is relevant. In terms of pricing, Mr. Chairman, I think it is a matter that collectively everybody should be thinking about. The market women, the drivers, the whatever, because really it's unfair.
Let him finish, please.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you. Now, I like your vibe regarding the command economy example that you gave. Now, if you look at La Côte d'Ivoire, right from independence, is one of the countries in Africa that has operated a very liberal market, highly capitalist in nature and so on of that. But in the height of all these challenges that we have, this global challenge, La Côte d'Ivoire had to find a way to operate, a mechanism that will cap prices of goods. And that doesn't take away their liberal nature, but they have to respond to a certain situation. Would you lend your support to such, an initiative if it is tabled at cabinet, for instance?
Well, fantastic information. I think it would definitely be considered.
Okay, I'm done. Let me. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honourable Nominee, it's afternoon now. Substitute that you think you would like to tackle over the next 2 years?
If you want me to have a good look at it, it starts from things like used vehicles, it goes to palm oil, cement, the guts I was telling you, bladder and the thing from animals, then the cereals, and then rice, good excavators, and then used dumpers, and quite a bit. It goes into 50, and then from there, then they do what they call priority programs 2. They selected 20 out of the lot, and 20 will be in the form of oil, palm, fish, sugar, and then we'll go to manufacturing, and then of course fertilizers and the ceramics. It has been segmented. Pay to.
I'm asking this question because since I came to this house, I have seen you as quite a radical person. So I believe that with that, if you're able to go through, which we do not know yet, with that radicalism and with the prioritization that you have just mentioned, we believe that you'll be able to turn things around. Do you believe so?
Well, thank you. Yes, I think I'm a radical. Some would say notorious one, but let's be honest. And then destroy everything. Yeah. So we'll see. Contributions are felt, but at least the framework is there.
All right. My next question is on what is your view on the business councils, on the various country-to-country business councils, and how do you think you can make them more effective? Business councils, chambers of commerce, how do you think they are actually contributing to? Do you think that they're actually contributing their quota to the best practice and best development and best outcomes for international trade? Considering your very long years of experience in Parliament and your experience generally.
Well, those are difficult questions to give definitive. They are not doing badly. They like advisory councils, just as I indicated earlier on a few days ago. The cement and industry people had some discussion. Discuss what they think they could do or they could put up, make sure that at least the prices of cement and other things, consumables became bearable for the people. I suspect that is what the other associations, other councils, other groups have also been doing. They may not have scored 100%, but I think to the extent that they have made inputs to rational policy making, they have served their purpose.
Mr. Chairman, as he indicated, the ministry has a 10-point. It is tabled on the website. Which of these 10 points do you think you're going to prioritize, aside from your 20 priorities of import substitution? Which of these 10 are you likely to prioritize so the Ghanaians can? Thank you.
No, they are actually complementary of each other, you see. So the 10, I'm not so sure which ones you want to take away. For example, they're talking about, I don't want to start from the top, I want to start from the bottom. Private public dialogue, for example. I mean, you can't isolate that. It's important to have a public enterprise and then a private enterprise kind of having this dialogue. That's also important. They're talking about substitution, trade substitutions. I mean, subcontracting. You see, we have the bigger companies, we have the small ones, which cannot compete for anything, for much. So policy is to make sure that there's that kind of subcontracting. I'm starting from the bottom to the big ones. And then, of course, you have the small scale, medium enterprises. There's a concentration on that. Without this, we don't have bigger ones in Ghana. These are the bits and pieces that we have. So there must be concentration on them. And of course, there is the decision, the big ones. One district, one what is it? One district, one factory, one district. I mean, it encompasses it all. Not concentration should be there, but it has a boomerang effect. You concentrate on that, it kind of catches all in the loop. So that is very important. And then look at the other one that we're talking about, the stimulus package, the national revitalization. All the companies that have collapsed. I mean, well, take them up, give them oxygen of life. Let's see what is it that we can do, and then creating more free zones and then economic parks. We're talking about the Buankra thing. They now have a greater Kumasi zones, and then of course concentration on trade. So it's really difficult. If we even even said that we're going to concentrate entirely on the one district, one factory thing. That encapsulates, as I said, all of in one shape or the other, all the plans that we talked about. So it might be difficult to state categorically that we'll emphasize this or we will prioritize and leave it. The 10, I think, go hand in glove.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last one is the development of SMEs, which I think in this 10 pillars, it is the crux of the local economy. In your constituency, in my constituency, you know, the local market women and what they go through to just try and get some support, financial support. Interest rates are so high, and generally it's almost like by the time they're going to get a loan, what they pay back is like they almost, I mean, it's almost like you shouldn't have even taken the business at all. What can you do as the incoming Minister of Trade, if you pass through the process, to be able to make sure that this pillar of developing the SMEs is really much better grounded than it has been so far? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Again, there's something in place. It's all the discussion about the insurance. It's all about finances, you know. Their finances are weak. So government effectively saying that we would ensure that you have some money from some participating banks. You have some money from the banks. Banks will be encouraged to do that. In fact, government goes to the extent of suggesting that you'll be charged by this participating banks. We would take up half of it. We'll pay you half. Government is saying that we're going to make sure that you have a lot of tax breaks. Bad rates include tax holidays and reduction in the corporate taxes, and of course taxation, waiver of taxation, which of course will be the responsibility of Parliament. We would establish advice centers. We would make sure that there is a complete relationship between the center and of course the diverse enterprises that you talk about. ISU is in your constituency. It's another classic example. I mean, I was reading about it. Another issue. When Commander was launched, I mean, everybody was excited because we knew about Commander Sugar Factory many years ago when we were what we were. And then it turns out that its implementation, Mr. Chairman, was near catastrophic. So these are the things we will look at. We'll do our best. We'll complement the efforts of other colleagues. Maybe they will complement the efforts of our ministry and hopefully achieve something for the good of the whole country.
Very well. Thank you. Now, just so I'll give you the last one and I'll come to leadership.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I just think that the nominee will still need to do some further works to tidy up the CV. If you look at page 3, paragraph 7, he mentions committee membership in Parliament. I have been, then he lists A to H. Now, I think it will help if he attaches some dates to them. I still see appointment committee. I just don't know which dates he served, and other committees that he. Thank you. There's some specific. There has been the impact of COVID-19, for example, on global trade and how it's been structured. Many countries are enacting some protectionist policies and programs to be able to support local industry and local businesses. What are your own ideas? You just have 2 years. What are your own ideas that you are bringing on board to be able to navigate these challenges and then protect Ghana's trade interests?
Thank you very much. I'm not sure about the point he makes, the protectionist thing, but that's all an anathema to the principles that we just discussed. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the ECOWAS protocols, and of course, WTO, World Trade Organization Agreement, they do not allow for the protectionist concept that he is talking about. So, essentially, it's about opening up. But opening up, and of course, in the process, also making sure that your industries, your internal trade gets the best out of it. So I'm not so sure. So far, I haven't seen any document that it already exists for effective protection of our country from outside influence or penetration or interference. But to the extent that we want our companies to be able to trade effectively or to participate in international transactions, government, from what I've seen, is already put in place the kind of things I've already articulated to make sure that they are properly placed, there's proper competition. The position to be able to interact with
It appears that we don't need to approve the nominee because it seems there are systems in place already that and plans and agenda by the ministry, and you appear not to be bringing anything innovative to the ministry. Would that be a fair comment to make? Otherwise, what exactly do you want to put in place to be able to protect local businesses? For example, I'll help you. We have the AfCFTA, for example. What ideas do you have to support local businesses take advantage of AfCFTA, for example?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm not upset or anything, but I also think that we should be fair, among ourselves. That's another issue of rather unfairness. Starting, this government has been in place for 6 years now. I'm only joining at the tail end of it. It's 2 years. Who am I to suggest that the government hasn't done anything at all? There's nothing on the plate, and that I'm starting. We call it what, tabula rasa or something. What is the suggestion? So I keep saying that the blocks are already in place. I would continue from where the likes of Alan Tremantin left off, and I've had the privilege of reading some of the things and what is already in place. You said that you don't want to approve me. Mr. Chairman, you have a letter not to him. You have a letter not to approve me, but if that is what you are talking about, that's a different thing altogether.
Honorable Chair, I didn't say we don't want to approve him. I'm just making a case that if it's business as usual, then there may not be a need. But my last question, Honorable Chair, on tax waiver, we have a country that has a lot of unemployment. The industry and industrial development that we have embarked on have not thrown out the kind of jobs that I believe all of us envisage and desire. We have current tax waivers, I think, between $28 and $7 billion. That's a lot that we are giving out and away. From where you sit, if you are able to get through and come in as minister, what will you do to take advantage of these waivers and environment that policy is creating to be able to get employment at least for our teeming youth?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's classic. So that's the point. It's a cycle. we're talking about industrialization. We're talking about growth in the economy. We're talking about employment for import the machinery. Unfortunately, for whatever it is worth, we haven't been able to produce much by ourselves. So quite a lot of these materials, quite a lot of equipment would have to be imported. That is the waiver thing that you're talking about. Government takes the view, particularly in the context of 1D, 1F, that, well, some waivers may be necessary. I do recall some time back, the current chairman of Finance Committee had this whole idea about the use that, waivers serve. Opinion is divided. Those who have the view that you just indicated, that is it necessary considering how much is spent. There are others who also suggest that it's important to boost the productive sector. You don't have your own equipment in place, you have to bring them. But if you're going to impose all the levies, the taxes on them, in the end, you see, there are comments all over the place. Because everybody feels quite strongly about this matter. In the end, it will be how much is it that the consumer has to pay for the end product. Anyway, so that's about it.
Honorable Agboja. Yes, thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. I want to take the nominee, our colleague, to page CV. You will notice on that page, you talked about your employment history. It is clear where you worked so far. May I know from you, when you were Deputy Minister for Energy between 2001 to 2007, and Deputy Minister for Interior 2007 to 2009, two things each that you can call an achievement as you served in those two ministries.
I've been looking for the opportunity to put my record, my achievements on it. This I think it's not a big one. It's giving me just two. The big one, the reason why I said that the other day, Mr. Chairman, thanks to God, it is through the instrumentality of John Ejekumu.
Chairman, I am not sure. I don't know you have, a philosophical or religious bent. I did not ask you initially, Mr. Speaker. Initially, I sought to say we know he's very jovial. But when you look at what is happening in the country right now, the public expects this engagement to be very serious. So I will plead with you once again. For my questions, I am not here to joke. We can joke when we get to the precinct of Parliament. Answer the questions and stop the jokes.
Honorable, what you said you had said earlier. Yeah. You're only reporting what he has said earlier. Please proceed with the answer.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable Chief Whip, there's this whole business about what is going on in the country, what is going on in the country. I find it disturbing. This is about the third time.
Can you answer the question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, sure. We're not joking. The Kofi Boa thing is on the back of the answer that I'm going to give you. That's why I alluded to it. Mr. Chairman, I was going to say this, and I'm now going to it. It was through the instrumentality of former President of Ghana, John Ejekumu Kufuor, to the Ministry of Energy and myself. My minister at the time was, well, we started with Honorable Kandapa. He gave me the portfolio of petroleum, GMPC was literally non-existent. It had collapsed. He gave me that responsibility to make sure that GMPC was on its 2 feet, to make sure that they entered into proper exploration and so to develop and make sure we find oil in this country. Mr. Speaker, I was mandated to travel all over the world to look for entrepreneurs, to look for companies, and to see if they could make sense of the carbon potential. Mr. Speaker, it was I, Citi Hammond, in May 2004, who signed the MOU, which eventually led to Cosmos discovering that oil in Ghana. That was a big achievement.
So in that case, if you were a deputy minister, you had a substantive minister, you actually talked about the president. You believe that this is your achievement, not of the president at the time, not your minister?
Honorable, yes, kindly answer. Mr. Chairman, I said it was through the instrumentality of the then president. Then I talked about my ministers, and I said that they gave me the mandate to look after that. And the fact that I signed it is on record.
Yeah, I asked you, Mr. Honorable, I said 2 at each ministry. You were happy to say this one. It's left with 1 at the ministry. And
okay. The ministry at the time wasn't like you cannibalize it. It was still one monolithic, energy ministry. So we dealt with petroleum, and of course we also dealt with power. I could give you so many, but I'll give you the one with the petroleum, so let me move to power. Again, under power, with the authority and the supervision of my minister, ensure that rural electrification reached many parts of the country. Possibly,
Honorable, I don't have on your CV a deputy minister of power. Honorable, we have a lot of time, so please, I'm asking you 2 at the Energy Ministry and 2 at the Interior Ministry. Can you please go ahead and give us those 2?
Can I have some order? The question is directed at the nominee. I'm ignoring any other asides. And please, the heckling is beyond appropriate. So please, Honorable the Chief Whip.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Chief Whip, what I was saying was that during my time as the Deputy Minister of Energy, we had one undivided Ministry of Energy. So, the petroleum sector was under us, and then the power was also under us all together. An example in the oil, whatever. So I was going to go on and give you an example in the power sector, both of which were under one ministry. That's what the point I was making.
So what was the power one?
So I said that rural electrification to many, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then he asked another one.
And then you said that when I went to I went to Interior. You see the border guards, immigration, and there was this worry about and what. The decision was made that to some extent to be able to protect themselves. We did that. I think we did something else. This law about what call it, citizenship, dual citizenship issue, dual citizenship. It was for the ministry to actualize the concept and the law as established by Parliament. We put that together and made sure that, well, in our modern...
I can see you are struggling. Can we move on?
No, I'm not struggling at all. I'm trying to develop it. I'm trying to make sense of it. The modern interconnection, the modern world, when people are traveling and giving birth to children, marrying left, right, and center, various communities, we should be careful about this stereotype, this straitjacket, where you are this, so you can't do this, you are not, you can't do this. You know the restrictions that are put in place by all sorts of legislation that we have. But the concept of dual citizenship we thought was worthy of the name. We should try and make it practicable. I was part of that as well.
Honorable.
Legon and Tech always been at. I went to University of Ghana, Legon.
Did you attend KNUST at all?
No, sir.
When Honorable Suhini was talking about the report, you encouraged him to present or table a copy. I have got a copy of the government white paper here. It's 107 pages. There are different, this one, he just gave you a copy. White paper on that in Akin waters CI 7979 2012. Mr. Speaker, if I read portions, it is quite clear that the Commission found it wrong for you to make payment. For instance, if I read page 13, paragraph X on that page, it reads, the result of Honorable K.T. Hammond's effort was a compromise settlement of $19.5 million in terms of the Drillship Discovery 511. It reads, the government of Ghana then decided to sell one of GNPC's marine assets to Drillship Discovery 511, a going profit-making concern, i.e. it was profitable, to pay off a compromise settlement amount of $19.5 million.
Kwame, hold on. Let's be clear.
Don't speak to the mic here. Honorable K.T. Hammond tabled. Okay. Okay, okay, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, we have, Mr. Chairman, one, we have the white paper as in CI 79. We also have the white paper on the report of the Commission of Inquiry into payment from the one is the report of the white paper, and the one is the CI itself. So in his case, he's only making reference to the report of the white paper. He has not said he's reading the CI. This is the report.
Okay. Chairman, for the sake of progress, I'll make progress. I just want to put it on record that indeed, Honorable Katie Hammond was mentioned in that report to have sold a Drillship, and the report queried that. Mr. Speaker, Chairman, you also said that, in fact, you went around talking about what you did as your achievement at the Interior Ministry. But unfortunately, interestingly, on that occasion, you said we should consider it as an achievement of the same ministry. But when it came to the Power Ministry, you allocated the achievement to yourself personally. Are you aware? Are you aware that since 2016, immigration officials were allowed by law in 2016 to carry arms?
That's the exact point I was making. That it started with us. There was the need. In 2008-9. Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect, can I be allowed to, for once, put this whole Drillship argument beyond argument? I understand it entirely. What they are saying is not entirely wrong. The Honorable Chief Whip seems to be missing a few things up. My brother, Leader Atto, is trying to explain. Mr. Speaker, bear with me. I'm capable of explaining this matter. For once, put it beyond argument. Now, two documents are what they are looking at. One is the CI, which put in place the committee to start with. I'll give you some background, Mr. Speaker. The whole concept of putting in place a sole commissioner to go into this, Mr. Speaker, came about 20. All the things that I won't go into. A commission to be put in place to investigate all these corruption allegations and all of that and all of that. Speaker, from nowhere, a decision was made that a single transaction which went back 12 years, which was the sale of so not entirely the sale, but the transaction in respect of the Drillship, be added to the commission's deliberations. I was invited to attend when the what we call the Apple Committee, Mr. Speaker, was put in place. I attended. My brother Dabucho was there. My then minister at the time who was involved with this was also there, Kandapa. But I was at the center of it, so it was fair that questions were put at me. Now, Mr. Chairman, I put it to everybody here. When is it that anybody in recorded history heard that a deputy minister of 3 months at post sells a state asset like a ship? 3 months. We went to the ministry, I think about April or so. This thing took place about June, July. 3 months. Cabinet met. What had happened was that the GMPC that I talked about, Mr. Speaker, had been run aground. It's going to be lengthy. I want to explain it so the whole country understands. Mr. Speaker, somehow a decision had been consciously made by the GMPC outfit at the time that they were going to involve in what they call hedging. For all those around who know about the commercial transactions and whatever, Mr. Speaker, hedging is a kind of gamble. You lose or you win. A decision had been made that there was some gas in the tunnel south. So some monies were going to be placed on the outcome of the discovery. What happened to GMPC? The debt of 47 million. Now, Mr. Speaker, GMPC was nothing to write home about. Now, I tell you one conversation I had with the president. I have always said that discussions with the presidents and other top echelons of state are private and confidential. On this matter, I want to divulge it for once for the whole country to understand what went on. We went to the president about GMPC, and my point was that, Mr. President, share Yankupon I said in the tree, Yamme on to say what we normally say. If it is the case that there's so much oil in Nigeria through this place, and at that time Cote d'Ivoire had also found something, why is it not that, Honorable Asaf Mafo should be helped, should be encouraged to make sure that at least GMPC is it was heartbreaking. They had no P1 peswa. The president was disgusted. Look at what they done to GMPC. Well, Asaf Mafo, go with them. Mr. President used the word. His exact word. We made the discovery. But Mr. Chairman, in the process, we discovered that EMPC had done so much atrocity. They had committed so much financial, you couldn't describe it. They bought rigs, the rigs that they are talking about, the drill ships and the rigs. At a point in time, they had bought about 37 or so of those ones. I had described it. Those of you who were not around at the time, this is 2001. We went in there in June. So I'm telling you, going to memory lane, telling you about this. We had told the whole world that at a point in time, they had placed rigs in places like Brazil. There was no human being from our country sitting on there, but GMPs was financing it. I was sent by my minister to go to Angola to go and plead with them that there was a ship sitting on the sea. We called it an NSV. We wanted it to be destroyed because there were human beings on that one. It wasn't yielded anything for the purpose of the. Please let me complete the story.
No, Mr. Chairman. To be honest, the question I asked was direct. He can organize a press conference and say whatever he wants to say. He's not responding to my question. He's not responding to my question. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
That's okay. So yes. So I'll go with that.
Hold on. When you're done, then I'll continue.
No, I'll just say that he's going on.
I asked that Honorable Suyini bring the report to me. He brought it to me. I asked that Honorable Katie Hammond bring his one to me. He brought it to me. I have not given it to members. I intended that we discuss it at this level. Before I'm aware, members are holding it and they are speaking to it. It becomes issue largely here like this. Now he says, let me explain the circumstances before you indict me. I don't think that I should deny him. And please continue, just be straight to the point and precise.
I'll get to the point, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, so Mr. Chairman, what happened was that the Ministry of Energy that GMPC had created. And what they had come about is this. They had entered into this heading with a company called Société Générale in France. And in the process, the famous or the notorious Drillship D511, Mr. Speaker, had been collateralized to the loan. Before, of course, thank you very much. Before we came to power, we came in 2000. This collateralization was in 1993, 1994, up to 1998. Some of the people date 1996, others date 1998. So the ship had been collateralized as far back as 1998 to Societe Generale for the debts that I've talked about. Mr. Chairman, the worst of it is this. The ship had been impounded in Amman. It had gone, not working for Ghana, it had gone to work for a company in India. On its way back, it was going to go to somewhere in the United Kingdom.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think what is happening is fair, Mr. Chairman.
You have no, please.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think it is fair. Please. Don't restrict questions. You don't restrict questions, but give the nominee the opportunity to set his... It's not fair. You restrict the questions, but you give him the free will to set his own questions and answer. It's not fair.
Honorable Suhini, you have the opportunity, you just jump in. You won't even allow me to regulate. That is how we are here. The things we agreed to do, you unilaterally decided to go behind it. So why shouldn't I allow him to respond? Let him respond. After that, you can ask him any questions you want. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this ship had been impounded. It had been arrested in Amman. We were informed about these developments and the fact that England up this issue. The Attorney General and the time had all considered the issues, and they were clear in their minds that the position of Ghana was hopeless. We had gone and then we had taken this loan, we had collateralized the ship, we had GMPC, so Ghana, GMPC had defaulted. This is how the debt came about. There was no way of pleading the case but to settle. This is where I entered the fray. I was informed that since I was a practicing barrister at the Bar of England and Wales, and this matter was pending at the Court of England in London, I was possibly, and of course related to the Minister of Energy, it was suggested that I should go and find out what we could do. Now, what to do was simply find out how much we could pay. They were asking for 46 million. I went to Paris, to the offices of Societe Generale in Paris, back in London, to and fro. Mr. Speaker, I have said I was 3 months in place as a deputy minister. You can well imagine that a matter of this magnitude would not be taken at my level. Every twist and turn, I called back home. Every twist and turn, I was given my executive instruments, quote unquote. That is the documentation. Some of them signed by the then Attorney General, some of them signed by the then Chief Executive of GMPC.
Did you appear before the
Apple Committee?
Yes. Were you at the time?
Yes.
Accused of anything?
The report makes so interesting. It is what I passed on to. That's why I was getting pretty upset, but I had to take back the word that I used. Nothing of what that my colleague Suhini read is in that report. The report on the facts, straightforward. What I've told you, the basis, and the fact that it says I was at the thick of affairs. Mr. Chairman, look at paragraph 7 of what I gave you. I mean, if you look at I think that subject is of the Drillship in the report, which is attached to the document, the CI. You will see it. I've circled that one. So that deals with the. Keep going, Mr. Chairman. Keep going. I'm not concluding. The world has to know this matter. Let's put it. Have you seen it? What I gave you. Have you seen it?
Are you talking about IX? Okay, X.
What does it say? Please.
Government of Ghana.
Please read that aloud. Read that aloud.
It's all right. I'm not the one answering the question.
Please read it for me.
Yes. The government of Ghana then decided to sell one of GMPC's marine assets, the Drillship Discover 511, a going profit consent to pay off the compromise settlement amount is what of that?
What it's about is that 23 years or so later, somebody suggests that Citi Hammond was the government of Ghana. Is that fair? That is the commissioner clearly puts it beyond argumentation. The government of Ghana decided that ship, and there were reasons for why the government decided to do it.
So what is this?
Put it again this way, Mr. Chairman. Of the 47 million, following my arrangements and going around and the compromise, which the special decided instead of 47 million that we had accumulated to charge 19.5 million in place of the 47 million. I think I need a national award for that. 47 million, and we managed to get it to 19.5.
Ask the question.
Of course, GMPC, NDC.
Okay. Now, please ask your question.
Okay, Honorable Katie Hammond, with the report we have. If I read from the conclusion part on page 16, it reads. Government further directs Yoko to investigate the mandate authority Citi Hammond's disbursement of $900,000 to the law firm Constant to cater for future debt of GMPC to other operations. Are you aware of that? Were you queried as to whether the $900,000, which mandate you had to expend that money?
No, I was not queried about that. Mr. Chairman, you see, the difficulty about, you see, it's no reflection of my colleagues. You guys should be a little careful. Mr. Chairman, when a report like this is presented to the government comments on the back of the report and not to make its own findings. That part over there was an addition by the government which had no reflection in the report presented by Mr. Justice Apo.
Actually, I'm reading from the report. I'm not reading from the white paper.
You are
Mr. Chairman.
Look at them.
Mr. Chairman. No. Chairman, may I go on?
No, you can't go on. You can't go on, Mr.
Nominee.
Please. I'm regulating it. I've asked him to go on. Please.
Which company purchased the Drillship? And do you have any relationship with the company that bought the Drillship?
Mr. Chairman, I saw that
that's that bought the Drillship.
I'm sorry?
Do you know the name of the company that bought the Drillship?
22 years ago. I mean, really. GMPC has the answer. I don't remember it. It's not in the report, I think.
When the nominee was responding, in fact, his opening remarks, I agree with him when he sought to paint a very awkward picture of happenings in our country. For instance, he said he doesn't understand how come a country like ours will import animal intestines, as he puts it, used clothing, rice, poultry, etc. May I find out from you, what is your program to curtail these things that you have rightly identified as an anomaly leading to the collapse of our economy? What will you do to reverse this troubling situation?
From cabinet, where a decision, a team has been. And this for Koboka. Now, I say whatever. Forgive me, please. Forgive me, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. I didn't forgive me. I didn't want to say that it was forced on me. And I had to say it. I had earlier on that I've seen some documentation in which the cabinet has set up a team. Cabinet has suggested that it probably is a good thing for the country to look at import substitution and take account of these matters that I mentioned and which you have come back to. It's identified about 50 of these items that cabinet to about 20, which government thinks that deserves immediate attention. So it's become an interministerial kind of thing, obviously supported over by the Minister of Trade and Industry, but it's a concern. So let's go in there, and then together with our colleagues, it's not a matter that, I mean, me sitting here, I'm able to profess my own ideas, what I'm going to do. Government is already taking steps, and the document.
Honorable Katie Hammond, you will be the government advisor, the government senior advisor on trade and industry. You are telling. You will be leading government drive at that ministry. You are telling us that you have cited a document which you haven't even told us what the content of that document is.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, Katie Hammond is not going there as an island entirely arrogated unto himself. He's going there as part of cabinet. The cabinet has been in place for 6 years. I'm only going to compliment what has only been. Because this is my own notes. I saw something and I scribbled down a few things. You can't even read my handwriting. But I've seen a few things and I've indicated it. This is the intention of government. There is a committee. This is the suggestion. I will go, hopefully, if I'm allowed to go, be part of the team. And then we'll put this thing into practice to see how it adheres to the benefit of the whole country.
Honorable Katie Hammond, on 30th of October 2022, Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research urged government, downsize government to solve part of the economic situation. 21st January 2023, Professor Eli Claim Komla, a lecturer at University of Ghana, downsized government to be able to solve part of the economic as a challenge. 26th October 2022, Occupy Ghana, downsized government to be able to solve part of the economic situation. 8th November 2022, Professor Joseph Obiri to be able to solve part of the economic situation. 9th of February 2023, Pentecostal Council, downsized government to be able to solve part of the economic situation. 22nd November 2022, Catholic bishops, downsized government to be able to solve part of the economic situation. 9 February 2023, Ghana Pentecostal Charismatic Council, downsized government. Said anything here that tells me that you are coming to add anything at all to government. Don't you feel you should basically tell the government, to tell President Akufo-Addo, thank you for appointing me, but I think you can do a better job by realigning the current ministers and get efficiency out of government so that you save this committee the trouble of even making any recommendation on you at all.
Mr. Chairman, I think I disagree with my learned colleague. Learned colleague, that's right. I disagree. No. I'm
not a lawyer.
All right.
I am a chartered architect with the Ghana Institute of Architects and Royal Institute of British Architects as well.
Well done.
In good standing, actually.
Okay. Well done. I disagree.
Agree. My final question, Honorable Katie. People, and we believe they must be able to make their point forcefully, even if they disagree with me, you, government, opposition. Do you still believe that the youth, the curvature of the youth in this country is such that they cannot have the ability to make good judgment on government policies? I.e., you were quoted of saying that some youth have coconut head and don't have the ability to make a point or to criticize government. Do you still believe in that?
No, but that's not even what I said. That's not. You get this in proper perspective. That's not what I said. We've all been youth before. When I joined the Kufuor government, I was the youngest, even though at 40, I was the youngest. Though a deputy minister, all of them, I was the youngest. So we
that's quite an old young person, to be honest. 40 is quite old.
But that's the point I'm making. I was. But we've been young before. So it's not for anybody to try and castigate the youth unreasonably. What I have been saying is this, and let's get it right. The youth must all the reasons to say what they want to say. They have the right, the entitlement to participate in the government of the country. These matters are to be handled. There has been this whole business, and if you recall, I think the communist revolution also, what it was that when we come to government, is that without the adults. I maintain it. The youth alone cannot run a country. It's not possible. The youth and all the young ones who have been in government, I said they should be tamed. They should. It's useless. You look at me, you think I'm useless?
I believe you are useless. But my information is that as of the time you were in government, you were certainly not the youngest. Nana Kumia was probably younger than you when you were in government. Will you concede that you've made a comment which is inaccurate and then probably correct it publicly as well?
If he joined, I don't recall if Nana Kumia was in the first team. But if he was, and I'm wrong about that, then I'm wrong. But I don't think he was.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. Chairman, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah.
To deal with the issue of the drillship. But before we deal with that, we'll reconcile Article 94 and 280. So 94 talks about prohibition, which disqualifies you as a member of parliament, and by extension, if you want to be a minister and there are adverse findings. I've gone through the entire report of Justice Apple, which I believe you've gone through. Is there any of Justice Apple that finds you culpable, and by extension, you losing your rights under the circumstance you find yourself?
No, Mr. Chairman.
2, I have also perused the government white paper, and for the avoidance of doubt, I say so, I read it within the context of Article 280D of the Constitution, 2D. But let me read what government says. The assignment in 1 above, that is the list of individuals that are to be investigated, the circumstance of transactions and all that. Your name is not mentioned. And then when it comes to the conclusion of government white paper recommendation, this is what government says. And I refer to President John Dramani Mahama government, a white paper which was signed under his name. He says, quote, an authority yes, $900,000 United States dollars to constant to cater for future debts of GMPC to other creditors. Ab initio, it is clear to me that the government did not find the work of the commission in respect of your involvement in the whole transaction conclusive. You agree with that? You agree with that?
Well, no, if you say I didn't find it conclusive,
I'm saying
because I was not implicated.
Yes,
yeah, maybe
so it
like
doesn't. The government did not find it conclusive.
That's right.
Right. Now, government therefore wanted investigation by Yoko into your mandate. Would you say that Yoko invited you in respect of this?
Okay, well, that's quite important, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, that statement completely taken out of context, completely inadequate, completely wrong. There's no future anywhere. The chairman got that bit completely wrong, factually.
Honorable Katie Hammond, Honorable Katie Hammond, please, pay attention to my line of questioning and let's make progress. Please take it easy. The provision under 280 talks about the effects of the report when government takes certain actions under 280. You agree with that? So all I'm saying is that government admitted that you have not been found culpable. Through this comment, government admitted that there is nothing conclusive against you by way of adverse findings. You agree with that? Into the mic. I want your response into the mic.
Well, yes, Mr. Chairman, yes.
Therefore, government knowing that there is no conclusive findings against you, then directs Yoko to investigate. Do you agree to that? Do you agree to that?
Well, yes.
Good. So now let's deal with the issue of Yoko.
Yeah.
My questions are the following.
Yeah.
One,
yeah.
Did Yoko invite you to investigate you in respect of the following, as quoted by government? Government further direct Yoko to investigate the mandate, one, authority, two, and or the basis of Honorable Katie Hammond disbursement. I heard you in an earlier answer saying that everything you did was under the direction of government. And in fact, Justice Apo himself did say, I mean JA as he then was, did say that I am saying invite you on this matter for the purpose of bringing a finality.
I'm a little reticent because I'm struggling. Something happened, and I'm trying to make a. I think I went, and when I pointed out to them about the
Katie Hammond, with respect, did Yoko, Mr. Katie Hammond, please pay attention.
Please bear with me. I hear what you said. I am thinking two things happened. That's why I'm not able. Let's record. We keep on saying that it's we say it's not a court, it's a house of records. I want to be clear whether they actually invited me or not. I'm thinking this is 2012 to now. It's about 11 or so years ago. But let me, Chairman,
please. please you to.
Please, I'm fine.
You know when. Bring your attention here.
I understand.
Yeah. Now, 2015, Mr. Hammond. 2015.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
2015 was when we had the government white paper being issued. What I am drawing your attention to is that under the relevant provisions of the Constitution, the report becomes a finality only if 280. That notwithstanding, the report itself did findings against you. Answered that yes, there was no such thing. Now let's go to the secondary stage of the steps government took. Government in its white paper under 280D said Yoko should investigate you. Question: should further investigate, meaning that it doesn't find the report conclusive, maybe because the report did not find you, they don't come out with adverse findings against you. It could be one of two ways. So, did Yoko invite you? If you remember,
I don't recall you
very well
inviting me.
Very well. Did Yoko write to you in respect of this matter specifically? Any investigation and find make further progress. So the prohibition which would deny you your rights has as a minister of states has not been established under 94. Do you agree with that?
Well, that's self-serving, so I don't want you to answer it for me. As far as I'm concerned, yes. Well, no, it has not been established.
Indeed. Now, Anketi, so let's go to the trade, the 1D1F. The 1D1F. So under 1D1F, it is intended to drive the industrialization of our country. Are you aware whether the policy on tax exemption has changed?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, yes, it's become an issue. I have been told that the documents are bogged down in Parliament. We don't appear to have done much about it because I think there is some confusion. I've been told about it. I read from our own the Hansard and of course our parliamentary documents. There seems to be an issue, and so hopefully. I can also tell you, when my name was mentioned, I did mention to the chairman of the Finance Committee that in the event that Parliament approves, that I'll go to the...
Okay, so apart from this, are you aware that GIPC has introduced some regulation, which regulation seek to limit access to this incentive?
incentive being the tax waivers or whatever. Well, that is reflected in the new Exemptions Act. Is that what you are referring me to?
That is so.
Yes, there is an act of parliament, and so obviously you can put together policies which will be contrary to the act of parliament as exemplified in the Exemptions Act.
So a typical situation is our colleague member of parliament, he has said so publicly, so I'm relying on his public sentiment to setting up a steel factory. About 70% of his equipment came, and as a duly registered 1D1F entity, he benefited. And he praised government for that, and he encouraged others to take advantage of the policy. However, he's been complaining bitterly lately that the subsequent machines that came, he had to pay duty because GIPC now says that there is no such incentive in existence. Should you find same to be true, what steps would you take to ensure that this is restored? Because into this, and it appears that it's not a complaint limited to him alone.
A continuous flow of communication between the Parliamentary Committee on Finance and the Minister of Trade on these matters. The letters that I've seen been written from Parliament, signed by the clerk on behalf of the chairman, to the minister, which have dealt. These letters have dealt with this particular matter. The Minister of Trade is also written back to Parliament. So there's been to and fro. Incidentally, it just happened that Parliament also sent a report. The Finance Committee sent actually a report which is described as the guidelines on these matters to the plenary, which the plenary appears to have agreed upon, which does not seem to sit very well with the original policy of government for these exemptions. And then see how we're able to bring sanity to bear in the area. And of course, the likes of Ken Japan and people in his people who are equally pleased as him would have their cases specifically investigated.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, with respect, for our work to be conclusive and to let watching and listening. It is so would prohibit our no. Mr. Chair, if you may allow me.
Don't worry, that is our job. If there's anything illegal, I would not approve it. So,
Mr. Chair, I thought you would allow me. You would know the drift.
You're going to put the law to
I'm not going to ask him a question.
Then let's wait. Now the man has been sitting down for 3.5 hours. So let's finish with it.
Mr. Chair, I thank you. I will not challenge you. I appreciate the opportunity given me then. Thank you so much. I have no further question to ask.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, obviously, Mr. Chairman, we all know that 1D1F is a flagship program under this government. Obviously, it is one of the key mandates of the Ministry of Trade and Industry. We know that this policy initiative by this government was following key objectives. 1, creation of mass employment. 2, value addition. 3, substitution of import substitution. 4, increase export. And 5, increase in foreign exchange. However, in the 2023 budget, the Minister of Finance had this to say. He said, Mr. Speaker, Ghana is heavily dependent on import. Spend $10 billion every year for the purposes of import, and listed some of the items we have to import. I want to find out from you, Honorable Nominee, 1, can you outline some of the key achievements the 1D, 1F has achieved so far in terms of the objectives of job creation, import substitution, and export? Most important, you please give us if you have any information about this.
Well, I think I first can take the job creation bit. That's the whole import of it. I will say that the peri-urbans who are rushing to get into the cities. So it was to stem the flow of the youth to the capital to look for non-existent jobs. My understanding is that if all that is in the pipeline, the various industries that are anticipated are contemplated under the scheme, at least those that have started, which are at various stages of completion, if they all come together, we're looking at about 238,000 direct and indirect employment that's so far been created. So that, I think, is some sort of achievement. You talk about import substitution. Well, I don't know so far what is it that we've been able to produce in such quantities that have had to stem the flow of imports. That I don't know. But we do export things. The cashews, the oil palm. I'm not sure about the cocoa, but the things that we produce, some of them are export. So I should think that they contribute to restoration of our foreign reserves.
Honorable Nominee, so far the government of Ghana has spent 10 billion cedis approximately on this program, including tax exemptions, subsidy on loans, and other incentives. 10 billion Ghana cedis on this program. Considering your answer, do you think this program is worthwhile?
Oh, I think it's worth how much has been put in there. You see, it's in the teasing stages. The completion of the entire package. It started from somewhere. I'm not sure whether we already have one over there. Well, if we have, that's good. Yeah, but it's supposed to spread over the entire country. I suspect that in the end, when it's all put together and the effect is measured, I think we would say that it is worth the effort. The youth employment thing is it's an area that we should also be interested in. If I understand that because of this policy, some youth have actually come together, established industries, and government has contributed some of the monies that you talk about to ensure that their businesses are up and kicking.
Honorable Nominee, what steps or strategies will you be able to introduce to rejuvenate the 1D, 1F if approved?
At the risk of repeating things that I've said, it's not simply coming in there, the KT Hammond wants this and this and this. It's a government, it's a collegiate, it's a collective entity. I've told you, I've told the hearing that there are plans. The 1D1F is a flagship project for the government. Its concentration is massively focused on it. So it's not what I personally would do. The template is there. I would simply have to make sure that it's properly implemented under my leadership. It's all something that I'm creating from scratch, or the ministry is creating from scratch.
The Honourable Majority
Mr. Chairman, I think it's just for the avoidance of doubt question that I'm asking. Now, I think a very fundamental issue has been raised in respect of the qualification or otherwise of the nominee. And Article 94(2)(d) has indeed been cited. Also been brought into the picture is Article 280, the import of it. Now, an issue has been made about the content of the white paper following after the investigation, as from the Commission of Inquiry. And the language is this, that Yoko should further pursue just the government further directs Yoko to investigate the mandate, authority, and or basis of Honorable KT Hammond's disbursement of the $900,000 United States dollars to the law firm Constant & Constant to cater for future debts of GMPC to other creditors. Mr. Chairman, I would want to suggest strongly that this committee knocks on the door of Yoko to let us know whether they pursued this matter and brought it to a conclusion. It will be of interest to this committee to so establish, and that is what I'm urging the committee.
It's a matter we can discuss. He's raised a concern, but I would suggest we discuss this matter before we take a decision on this in camera. Mr. Chairman, he has made. Yeah, he has made a point, but let us discuss it first and then make a determination on this matter. Mr. Chairman, to proceed on my Ministry of Trade and Industry and Economic Ministry. Yes or no?
I would say yes.
Okay. Can you describe the state of Ghanaian economy?
Was the first question a trick one then? And so it is a finance analyst and Honourable Chairman, Honourable Minority Leader, don't let us make any bones about it. It's not even an open secret. It's a fact that we are in trying times. But it's not only Ghana which is in trying times. You know what I read this morning? The IMF director, the lady, Christina Griviana, forgive me. Yes, it's in the news this morning, or last night, but I read it this morning, to have said that, listen, Ghana really was trying, was doing extremely well. Thank you for the compliment. But for two items, COVID and then the Green War. It's classic. But you and I have traveled a lot. Everywhere in the world, there is a problem. Look at Britain. Look at Britain. this and that, you know, everybody is added. So you see, don't let us make bones economy of Ghana. Ghana is not an island isolated on its own. We are a formidable part of the global world. There's a difficulty the whole world brought about by certain economic factors, exogenous and internal ones.
So are you concerned about?
I must be.
To burden share. What do you understand by the word burden?
You see, English is a very malleable language. You got to be careful about interpretation. So when a finance minister makes that kind of comment and it's put to me to interpret it, you put me in a difficulty.
Do you consider burden sharing to mean that the people of Ghana and the government will need to share the burden of economic recovery? Will you consider that as an answer?
The burden of economic recovery, yes, every hand on the wheel, we're all together, make sure that we get back to where we were before COVID and others ravaged the economy.
In the 2023 budget, the Minister of Finance introduced 24 measures, tax measures, aimed at raking in additional tax revenue. Obviously, the ordinary Ghanaian taxpayer is sharing the burden. Have you seen any corresponding burden sharing as a nominee and as a member of Parliament?
I haven't brought. You are the master of that document, the budget document. The other day you sat me down, you were taking me through a lot of things. So I defer to you on these matters. I haven't found one. You didn't show me. You didn't show me those lines the last time, so I can't be sure about it. But really, it's fair. You make a general point, which I think is good. Burden sharing, which it's not. I don't think it should be the case that somebody expects that some group of people should bear all the difficulties in the system while the others enjoy all the booty. I don't think that is the question. So basically, fundamentally, you make the point. It should cut across board. As to how it operates, I think we should all decide on how we move forward.
Honorable Katie, don't you, in honesty, think that the time has come for the ruling class sacrifices for the ordinary Ghanaian to be aware that we have started sharing the burden? Don't you think that
Honorable Minority Leader, I mean, it goes without saying that should be the case. But as to the parameters, as I said, we should all discuss.
So what will you make of, Mr. Minister?
Honorable, would you suggest that members of Parliament, as part of burden sharing, give away not less than 50% of our emoluments? Would you suggest that?
Mr. Chairman, say until I sat here, I was your class captain. Class captain, you should ensure that your class. I prefer to be mute for the time being.
So, Honourable Minister, Honourable Nominee, and Honourable Katie Hammond, what is your view about those who says that the time has come for Ghana to downsize the size of government? What's your personal view about this matter?
Honorable Minority Leader, what really would you describe as a reasonable size of government? What really? Give me an idea. What do you suggest?
I asked you a question.
Sometimes
as part of burden sharing, and to signal to the people of Ghana that we, the ruling class, we also care. Don't you think the time has come for us to downsize the size of government?
I answered that previously. I actually said that that's a matter for the president who was voted for by the whole country. He's the executive president. So these are matters I think he can comfortably deal with.
Honorable Katie. The press conference that was captured by an online portal, mps.com. mps.com.
No, the date.
4th of April 2014. You were then the ranking member of Energy, Mines and Energy. And you said, blame Mahama's incompetence for economic woes. You went on to say that to Mr. Hammond, who also is the MP for Adanse Asokwa, the current economic challenge the country is facing is as a result of incompetence of the Mahama administration. Why should petroleum prices be consistently increased? Why should we be subject to the incompetence of the administration of economic mismanagement of this country? It is simply the same incompetence. Honorable Katie Hammond, at the time you made a statement, the liter of petrol was 3 cedis. 3 cedis. Today, a liter of petrol, a liter of petrol is 14.9, almost 15 cedis per liter. President.
Mr. Chairman, I think Ato has made a quantum leap to get to where he is now. He doesn't even ascertain whether I wrote it or I didn't write it. I don't know what he's talking about. So put the question to me based on a document I don't even know about. It's completely unfair. I don't know about that. I don't see my language in the kind of things that he said. When the reporter something, be careful, minority. When you get these photos on whatever news media and you start quoting them, you fall in trouble.
Your job is to accept or deny. So I'm only waiting for you to give me an answer, whether you said that or you never said that.
I don't know about the document. I would have been talking of petroleum and others incompetence, but I've been dropping left, right, and center. How do you say, again, I've made this point here. You have been teaching me yourself. They are not entirely the responsibility of various sector ministers. This is Bank of Ghana business. You know, when you look at the constitution and those other things, Bank of Ghana is also to ensure that the is one, and of course the fragilation, the yo-yoing of the Citi, these matters are controlled. They are not really the responsibility of local government minister Damboje. They are not the entire responsibility of the final, the Honorable Napo or the Honorable my sister. Communication. You see, it's the collective thing headed obviously by the finance minister. But some of these nitty-gritties, I have always maintained that find this in the Bank of Ghana. I have situations I've read, I've seen it, press conferences, Bank of Ghana, Bank of England, I mean, the Fed chairman, they come out and they deal with these matters. I know some of these questions should also be posed at them.
I can understand where you're coming from, Honorable Nominee. Apart from to say that import substitution and trade facilitation is also a responsibility of Ministry of Trade and Industry.
I accept that. We
and you have a role to play to support the government if approved.
We discussed that at length in the previous question, so I accept that entirely.
Another question. The same traders and particularly the industry, they are complaining major drain on businesses. It is affecting industries, affecting traders. As a trade minister, and I've heard your predecessor make those comments, what will you do differently to assist traders to get access to cheap loans for their businesses and to grow the economy?
Again, I share in your concern. We've all been wondering, why is it that the cost of borrowing in Ghana is so atrocious? We've all been asking, what is it? But it must be for some reason. The money would first come from Bank of Ghana to the commercial banks. And then I think they add their top-ups and then whatever. In the end, the traders are saddled with what they have. It's a difficulty, but as I've told you, in terms of the one district, one factory, and all the other bits that I've indicated, they are clear. Government has issued directives on what is to be done. The incentives to be given. Encourage the German to give loans to these enterprises. Of course, also to the waivers that we have alluded to, which are indicated clogged up in Parliament. So, Mr. Minority Leader, yes, we would get there. Also, how we get there? I mean, I read that at a point in time when. They were paying about 20% or so percentage rate of interest. This government had insisted that I should pay half of it. It's now about 30. I myself tried to raise some loans from some bank the other day. I can say to you in confidence, if you wouldn't tell anybody, the rate of return that they put on it was so horrifying that I thanked them and I walked away. It's a difficulty which would have to be resolved one way or the other.
Mr. Chairman, my last question. Mr. Chairman, the President obviously appoints ministers. For approval of Parliament from among members of Parliament or persons state as may be necessary for the efficient running of state. Honourable Minister, when vetting, Honourable Nominee, when vetting ministerial nominees, what I look out for is temperament. Today, as I sit here, I could see that you lost your temper at one point. My question is, as a minister, you will certainly be provoked if approved. Will you exercise the patience to do the work as required by the Constitution?
No, it's not straight yes. You know me for many, many years. You know, I joke a lot. People think that all I do is joke and all of that. I believe in proper human relationship. What I can't stand is what consciously So that is what has ignited this in me. When we started Chief Whip, I was laughing. He warned me it's national television. I shouldn't joke and all that. I think that life is too short. We shouldn't be so serious about everything. That is why I always am laughing. My relationship with people is solid. I believe in it. But nobody plays games with me. What the honourable member tried to do was not fair. I'm prepared to tone down my language. Every single thing that he said was not in the report. Every single thing he said was not in the...
Yeah.
Thank you. I would contain my temperament and then I would relate beautifully with everybody.
That's the assurance I was with.
Through my instrumentality. Clap for me.
I'll ask you, when will you finish your project at our school? They are watching you. I've told them they'll ask you.
I asked you to bring some contribution. You said I should pay for your contribution. You know, I mean, supposed to do something. Few people are prepared. Everybody is complaining. So I said you should. You said that for all the water.
You will hear from us after we have considered. For now, you are discharged.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before the let me thank my colleagues. Actually, I expected that as class prefect, you would have done this in about 10 minutes. You know, in the end, it's gone into so many hours. But Honorable Ayaga,
Honorable Hammond,
don't worry about anything.
You're discharged, please.
I'm grateful to everybody.
Other members, let's break for lunch. We'll resume at 3 p.m.
Member of Parliament for Adansi Asokwa Kobna Tahiri Hammond, KT Hammond there facing the Appointments Committee of Parliament following his nomination to replace Alan Kwadwo Chairman Ting as Minister for Trade and Industry. Quite an interesting 3 and some more hours from that vetting there. Of course, as was expected, having been a member of Parliament for all these number of years, and of course, following his recent chairing of that committee in Parliament, it was expected that his vetting really some interesting questions there, of course, tracing back to the period where he served as Deputy Minister for Energy under the SWAL John Ajekum Kufuor administration, and of course the sale of that GMPC drill ship there, and of course very interesting vetting there. You could tell from one his own his to his relation on the committee, 3 the questions that were asked of him, and of course for the responses that he gave, some testing his knowledge of the industry or the way expected to go and Energy Ministry, where he served as a deputy. You could judge from his responses there, some seeking his and all. But of course, he's a known face in the House, and so these members clearly knew what they wanted to, or the kind of reactions they're looking for in asking some of him. But prior to his vetting, though, where we've seen a letter from the opposition National Democratic Congress, NDC, signed by its General Secretary, Fififia Vikwete, asking the Minority Caucus to all ministerial and deputy ministerial nominees of President Akufo-Addo. And in that letter, the party cited the current economic conditions and the fact that the current government needed to be downsized. And for that reason, or for that matter, they see no reason why some new ministers should be appointed. That position, where they did say that indeed what pending or in the face of the current economic condition is that government downsizes or reduces the size, or the president reduces the size of his government instead of making further appointments. Who attend to the committee but will not participate in any voting, would want the appointments to be brought before the House, the entire House, where some secret voting can be held. So far, Minister for Trade and Industry designate KT Hammond, current member of Parliament for Adanse Asokwa, of Parliament, where he sat for some 3 and more hours, has been vetted by the committee. We've heard and saw questions from both sides of the House. And as I did state earlier, though the minority did that they or were in opposition to the new appointments made by the president, they would attend to the committee and perform their duties as members of Parliament. And of course, they did really sit in there, did perform their duties as asked questions of the minister-designate and participate in the voting process, and we'll leave that from the House of Parliament. I've known him, and so he will have some proper insights to share with us. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, my brother. How's it going?
Very well, thank you. How have you been?
I'm great.
Awesome, great stuff. I mean, we've seen and we know KT Hammond for who he is, but what do you make of his session with the Appointments Committee, having been nominated as Minister-designate for Trade and Industry?
I mean, I would say that it was interesting. You know, it could have been better, but it would seem that at some point, you know, the Honorable KT Hammond got emotional, obviously, because what you get from him is that, you know, he sees himself as someone who helped the Republic to save some money.
Right.
But the very effort that he made, in his view, is not celebrated.
Right.
And if that is not celebrated, where the lack of celebration delves into, or, you know, rises to the level of people suggesting that he may have done something wrong, in which case, in his view, they are trying to vilify him, then he becomes very emotional and quite sentimental. And we saw that in how he was, you know, effectively sort of angry when the suggestion was made that he must have done something wrong, which would then disqualify him from serving as a member of parliament, let alone a minister of state. So I would say that by and large, in terms of the issues having to do with the trade sector, there are areas that he very excellent on those issues, but then the areas which create a lot of problems would be the one having to do with the drill ship, and it's disappointing that it went the way it did.
Right. Top of the questions that were thrown at him had to do mostly with import substitution, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and of course the 1D, 1F. Now, the 1D, the government's flagship program, Alan Kwadwo Kyerematen held the fort until his resignation. What would you make of his responses with respect to the 1D, 1F? And then, of course, some concerns raised by members of the committee as to whether or not he's bringing anything new.
To say that a man who is coming into office 2 years or so to the end of the tenure of the government would do something really drastic. Right. Of course, we saw in the case of the Honorable Harry Quartey, who is the Greater Accra Regional Minister, that 1 year is enough time to make some changes and leave some mark. But, you know, in the area of trade, and I'm speaking as someone with a background in international trade and maritime law, it requires some time, because these protocols and international agreements don't just happen. And then again, legislation doesn't just happen in vacuum. In other words, it doesn't happen in vacuum. It would have to reflect what is the international position, what is the protocol of the WTO saying, the various protocols that we have signed with which is not allowed in law. Aggrieved parties are entitled to take on the Republic of Ghana. And citizens who are aggrieved can bring some, you know, experience and make some changes happen in a way as to serve the interests of the Republic, the traders within the jurisdiction, and then people who are interested in supplying goods to the Ghanaian market. However, in doing so, there must be a bigger eye on what international protocols are saying. Of course, I mean, the question of, you know, import substitution and what we seek to do with the what do you call it, the industries that we are setting up as a people around the country. The idea was
1D1
in specific areas, and we can produce certain things that would be usable on the Ghanaian market. It should be possible to engage, you know, local industry to make that happen. So that was the idea behind it. Of course, have we achieved something really astronomical as to ensure that to a large extent we limit how much of imports are coming into the country? Yes, we have made some mark, but is it enough? I don't think so. So the task that he faces to exists, he crank it and make it one that will work and deliver the goods that we want.
Right. Despite his responses to the various questions that were thrown at him, I mean, know him as an individual with less than 2 years for this government, more or less, to leave power. Do you think he can really make that significant difference at the Trade Ministry? I'm asking this because we know that the major program there is a government flagship program, and of course the policy directives would have been cut out for him already.
So that is the 1D, 1F. And you see, you cannot do that in isolation. You are dealing with an interplay of matter, and you require the level of support from government institution and even the Ghanaian people, because if you're producing, you know, fruit juice is it a kumfi juice? The expectation is that you produce something that Ghanaians will see as something they must consume. Now, if Ghanaians don't buy into what is being produced, then although you may produce, they will not be able to buy and for that matter consume. But then that would also expose the apparent lack of proper audit of the Ghanaian market as to establish whether or not, you know, the 2 years while it to be serious work from him, lobbying the various, you know, ministries within the country. For instance, I mean, what stops the government from insisting that this whole idea of free senior high school and the feeding that comes with it, every single child who is in school should at least consume one ECOWAS. Imagine the number of students we have. If you are able to multiply that across the board, that is ready market. The question will be, how do you fund that?
Exactly.
So if we find the right funding model, it should be possible to support the Ghanaian economy. To a large extent, when that to the country, and generally that should be helpful. So if he is going into that space, one should expect that he should be a little bit more proactive. He should take it as, he should exercise a certain sense of urgency in dealing with these matters, and hopefully with the support of his people, he should be able to do something meaningful in that space.
Beyond his personality and his competences, the obvious truth is that we are not in normal times. He is coming to head a ministry at a time where we're seeking support from the IMF. This IMF support will come with some conditionalities, definitely. How do we see, I mean, these factors coming into play, and of course the impact thereof on his success as a Minister of Trade?
Well, again, I mean, we have been told that there's the likelihood that, for instance, again, going back to the free SHS policy, it could be impacted by, you know, the plan with the IMF. Of course, the decision hasn't been made yet, but the insistence from the IMF is that we should rationalize, you know, the size of our debt stock. And that would mean that we should limit how much we are spending vis-a-vis how much we are earning. Now, people have suggested that sensitive social policies like the free senior high school policy should be, you know, tasked by the government. The government has so far been very, you know, down costs that would affect free SHS, for instance. But ultimately, capital expenditure in some areas will be impacted. And certainly, you would expect that some social policies would also be impacted. Now, if those are impacted in a way as to make it difficult for domestic, you know, industries to survive, then that will create a problem. The challenge will be how to create the right environment that makes it possible for us to rationalize our debt, while at the same time, you know, holding a delicate balance as to ensure that there is some spending that goes into these areas to get policies like this off the ground. And then also, there would have to be attitudinal change on the part of Ghanaians, because here we are at Citi FM talking about what? Make it Ghana. Make it Ghana in the area of investment, talking about what you call it, tourism, and then also films. So that if within the next 2 years, there's some remarkable progress in the area of ensuring that we are consuming made in Ghana, the market is deepening in those areas, and we would expect that if we are able to target industrial performance in these areas appropriately, then we'll make the right impact, in my view.
Right, now, Sky, one thing we saw the minority try to do was really to get his opinion on the size of government and calls for a reduction of it. His responses, were they satisfactory?
Well, I think really the question is whether it was appropriate to be asking someone who's been nominated by a president to serve in a particular capacity, who in effect is coming to add to the numbers, for his views on whether the size of the Constitution. The Constitution gives the president a free hand to determine as many ministers that he finds appropriate to prosecute his agenda. So it is a matter for the president to determine. Of course, we as citizens can hold the president's feet to the fire of accountability and insist that, look, you promise us that when you are given the adequate numbers that you required, you'll be able to prosecute a certain agenda. Thus far, it would seem that the government hasn't really been able to crank the ship or the engine of state that marketed itself as the solutions to our problems. So that if there is that failure, of course, the expectation would be that reduce the size of government. For some reason, the government is not moving in that direction. Right. Now, the question is whether a man sitting before, his colleagues asking to be given a job should be answering such a question. I think it would be self-serving if he were to say that, I don't think that the size of government is big. And it would be hypocritical on his part if he were to say that, look, I think that, the size of government is too big and something should be done about it. If he were to make either of those suggestions, I mean, what should follow from such a suggestion? So I find it quite, of course, if he was some other member of parliament, he would be at liberty to express his views. But when the person's position is in conflict with what he's being asked to do, then I think that, again, it will be unfair to him to be making, positive or negative commentary on that. And that is my respective views.
The minority sought to trap him on that because if you listen to him, he did not shudder to express his view on import substitution, where he actually found it scandalous that we're importing the intestines of animals to supplement our consumption here. But that you notice that they insisted, they found different words to ask him the same thing, clearly wanting to push him to give an opinion on that. Do you think
and he's a barrister at law in the UK and here in Ghana. You don't become a lawyer in the UK and in Ghana just as a matter of fluke. You must have some substance, even if it is not, if you like, remarkable in any sense. Yeah, that's right. So I think he brought those to bear, except to say that, Katie is not the kind of person you would expect to be an oral and make his point. I mean, there are you realize that he is not as fluent on the flow. So sometimes, even when he's making a point, the words are not coming out. Either his mind is running ahead of the tongue, or the tongue is running ahead of the mind. Yeah, you would appreciate those difficulties. But for those of us who have covered Parliament long enough, we appreciate these difficulties. But some people who are new to the party will say that, this guy, what is he talking about? But I think by and large, he's done a passable job in some areas, excellent in other areas. And in other areas, raw emotions came to play because of the issues at play. But over and above all of that, I think that his discharge, his himself quite creditably.
Let's look at his relationship with the members on the committee and what impact it had on his vetting. Quite recently, we saw a Katie Hammond that chaired a committee that sat on the censure motion by the minority. We saw how he superintended or presided over that committee. And today he is on the other side, the receiving end of a vetting committee that has both sides of the House on it. How do you think his relationship with the members in the House and, of course, the members on this particular committee played on his vetting today?
I think the impact would be one of the things you saw, which was what? Casual references to colleague members of Parliament. One would have...
You remember that we heard him refer to then.
Sometimes familiarity takes you there. One, of course, people who are purists will say that, look, this is a formal session or sitting of a committee of Parliament. So, all the seriousness that should be commanded should be in play.
I think the Honorable Ayariga and Governance Agboja drew his attention to
exactly.
Yeah.
But you see, if you have that kind of relationship, sometimes, I mean, these things get overlooked. But I will be quick to insist that even when familiarity is in play, we should attach a certain level of seriousness on the part of the people asking the questions, and then also the witnesses before the committee. Because at the end of the day, we are doing a serious job and all of us as Ghanaians cannot be people elected, you know, on our mandate to go and represent us. So when that is being done, it should be given a certain sense of seriousness. And where, you know, casual references become too much of, you know, an excessive repetition, it is a problem.
Right. Now, the chair of the committee, Joseph Osewusu, first Deputy Speaker of Parliament, most often than not, whoever chairs a committee like this comes out with accusations of bias and all that. How do you think he discharged himself this particular session?
I think, you know, the issue that was really going to be a problem was the Drillship matter. Yeah. And, I mean, for someone who's followed this matter closely, I'm disappointed that it took the turn that it did. Because what were the issues? The issues were that the of the good people. Now the attempt at because at the time the claim was that, you know, the GNPC was underperforming because of heavy investments that had been made in attempts to get, you know, crude oil for us. So, you know, the idea came that, okay, some of the, you know, investments, capital investments that had been made should be liquidated so as to make, you know, the balance sheet of GNPC look much, much better. Now, the lot fell on the Honorable Katie Hammond to go to the UK, Europe, to deal with some of these issues. And therefore, the Drillship was sold. Now, there are issues about whether or not financial loss had not been caused to the state. And when the Mills government came to power, they caused a commission of inquiry to be set up to look into these matters and many other matters, because there are issues of that judgment debt, you know, traveling various governments and all of that. And one of the issues they considered was the matter of the Drillship. Of course, when the Honorable Katie Hammond went before the committee, at some point he was crying because he felt that, you know, he was being victimized for good works that he had done, because he took the view that he was able to save some money for the Republic. So even if you are not going to celebrate me, don't vilify me. But he felt vilified. And so when he was before the and therefore, he didn't think that it was fair to someone who had committed himself so much to the cause of this Republic as to save some money for the Republic. Of course, long story short, the commission made some findings. But the question is whether those findings have ripened into adverse findings and consequential recommendations as to prohibit him under the Constitution from running for office as a member of Parliament. Because mind you, under the Constitution, before you qualify to become a Minister of State, you must have first of all satisfied the requirement to be a voter, satisfy the requirement to be qualified to run for office as a member of Parliament, or you must already be a member of Parliament in order to be considered for the job of Minister of State. Now, if you read that report and then the government white paper that followed it, the report raised some issues. Which issues called for further probe? The government accordingly. Now, there is no reading of those directions and the findings that will lead any reasonable or fair-minded person reading those recommendations to say that, okay, adverse findings have been made and prohibition orders made by, what do you call it, the commission. Because if you go back to the history of it, I mean, Charles Wereku Robe, specific adverse findings were made and specific prohibitions were made. The government subsequently sought to prosecute them on the basis of the adverse findings made. Our courts looking at the matter said, no way, it was wrong. And that if you were to prosecute the person again, it would be an affront to the constitutional provision, because the Constitution says that if adverse findings are made and 6 months have passed and not challenged, those adverse findings and the consequential prohibitions ripen into an order of a high court.
Right.
You understand? Of 6 months. Yeah. So in those circumstances, one is either at play or the other is in play. Now, the question is, in the case of the Honorable K.T. Hammond, did that happen? No. In the case of what they call Wereku, yes, adverse findings were made, prohibitions were made. The government sought to prosecute them again. The argument was that it was going to be a case of double jeopardy. You cannot prosecute someone who has already been punished within an... I think let's separate the issues. That the report raised some issues was played and whether some monies had gone missing. The commission did not come to a conclusion.
Was the capacity in which he acted ever questioned?
Yeah, there was a question about whether he was the right person or had the appropriate authority to ask for and on behalf of the government of Ghana, because he was not a minister. He was a deputy minister.
And had only come into office some 3 months prior.
And the question was also about whether it was appropriate for the Attorney General at the time to issue, what do you call it, power of attorney, to get him to act the way he did. Now, even if the Yoko had gone on to investigate this matter, independent of the findings of the Commission of Inquiry, and there is a prosecution, which we didn't get there. Again, I would have imagined that there will be difficulties if the prosecution is founded on the findings of the Commission of Inquiry, because if you read the judgment of our courts in the case of Charles Wereku and the court was very clear that if you are minded to prosecute a person, a public official, don't engage the pathway of a Commission of Inquiry. And the justice in tracing the law made it clear that the history previously was to use commissions of inquiry to collect facts, which facts then form the basis for prosecution. But the framers of the 1992 Constitution sort of departed from that line of must have passed, the person affected must have not challenged the findings of the commission, or that the presidency or the government must intervene before the expiry of
the 6 months.
Exactly, 6 months. So if you look at it like that, was there any adverse finding made that the Honorable K.T. Hammond stole money, or my reading of the report doesn't tell me that. Was there express prohibition that he should not run for any public office? My reading of the report doesn't tell me that. If somebody has that finding, the person is at liberty to supply that. Did the government issue a white paper? Yes, they issued a white paper. But did they in any way suggest that the Honorable K.T. Hammond was in any way stopped from holding a public office? No, there's nothing like that. What they did was to charge the Yoko to investigate the matter further. So if you look at it, in my view, and responding now to your question, I think that the chairman could have done better there.
Right.
In my view, the chairman, and respectfully, with the greatest respect to him, he there is sitting or was sitting in for the Speaker of Parliament.
Right.
And his job was to lay down the rules, supply the facts relevant in the public domain, and where necessary, and I believe in this case it was necessary, to make the appropriate ruling on the matter. So, was as to lead the commission to say that Honorable K.T. Hammond should not occupy a public office. On the basis of all of that, nobody reading the rules fairly will come to a conclusion that he was prohibited.
Right.
In any case, if he was prohibited, of course, at the time he was filing to become a member, that matter would have been in play, and he would from becoming a member of parliament. You don't wait until that process travels, he wins an election, he's in parliament for how many years now, and then it is flagged that, I think that matter traveled far more than it ought to have traveled. And in any case, if the attempt was to raise issues about his role, I think they should not have raised the issue of whether he was qualified to be in office. The questions ought to have revolved around whether, in his view, he conducted himself properly. And those would have been fair, questions. But suggestions that lead to a conclusion in some people's minds that there were adverse findings made and therefore he was disqualified, with the greatest respect, I think I disagree with that kind of conclusion.
Right, you could tell that's where really his pain was, with attempts to pick and choose from the white paper and the commission's report and to suggest that he had done something wrong.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I mean, for those of us who've covered this matter for quite some time and who know the Honorable Katie Hammond, it's something that, it's like anytime you make a reference to it, no matter how minute or casual, it rattles him.
Exactly.
So I believe the strategy was, let's go and test his temperament. Let's test how he's likely to, remain composed or go off the bend when matters like this are in play. And to a large extent, I think the people who raised the matter succeeded, the minority succeeded in raising that side of him. But I also want people to look at it within the context of someone who feels that he's been unjustifiably vilified. And he did some work for the country. He's not rewarded for the same.
Praised for it.
And people just with whatever impressions that they go with. But I think the facts are the facts.
Right.
And let me repeat, if you read a report, no adverse findings in the nature of prohibitions made. There was nothing like him not serving in any public office. The government will and investigate this matter on any fair reading of the rules and the Constitution. I do not think that we can go to the conclusion that he was stopped from becoming a member of parliament, let alone a minister of state.
All right, stay with us. Keep watching the Citi TV. This is our live coverage of the vetting of President Kufuor, His Excellency's nominations for ministerial and deputy ministerial positions by the Appointments Committee. My name is Nana Tufo Boating. I'm in studio with Richard De La Sky. We'll take a break here and return with more. Stay with us.
Plus is a fully skimmed evaporated milk. Creamy Plus is available in a shop near you.
This message has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
High sense, yet yes, as you talk, Nanso form da so yet din. Nesenti, Yasha Bibi Sunko Cradia Mammo. Yatuni Din say, High sense super promo. Yamia Buono, a sash in nebio. Impoya Vasompo, a year free so, said your bayan for Sudia Diamont. You're going first come, first serve, and Yamano San, na San, High sense super promo. Away showrooms in Yina. I will Ghana for Nina. Kai said, High sense one amount 5 years manufacturer defective warranty. Ye never border from change yakanina. change ya kenina. Hisense, change ya kenina. Na ye papa change ya kenina. Kayo, every 28 February, akofim 8 March. A Hisense super promo. Hisense, everyday prices for everyday people.
Everybody, let me see.
My name is Joe Metal, and I want to invite you specially to the induction service of Dr. Stephen Wyndham and the of this February 9 a.m. sharp at the Grand Arena International Conference Center. Come, let's join together as we adore our new leadership, and we're trusting that God will lead them to take the church to where He intends it to be. God bless you, and see you there.
There is about to be a shift, growth, and transformation as they plan to reach, rebuild, restore, reform, reposition, and rebrand the Assemblies of God Ghana. Proverbs chapter 11 verse 14. Where no counsel is, the people fall, but there is safety in the multitude.
You're welcome back. This is our live coverage of the vetting of President Akufo-Addo's ministerial and deputy